What's up? Hello. Hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing all right since we got the gas back. I think that was tough. That was tough. Hello Daniel. Hi. Yeah. I So we did not have, which we didn't have these things on Wednesday either, but it, it is crazy how much it compounds over time. Like we didn't have our stove, central heating, or hot water. And the stove, honestly, we have an air fryer. And about halfway through this, we got one of those cheap, just like countertop induction burners. And with both of those things, not having a stove was really not that bad. Like I don't want to say like I would have liked to do it indefinitely, but I definitely could have. Central heating, I like it cold. And we have like a couple of like small space heaters. Or I guess just heaters. They're not even really space heaters. They're pretty small. But it's like with the combination of those two things, central heating, also not that big a deal. Holy shit, hot water. Oh my God. No hot water was so, like, the other two were not nearly as bad as I thought they would be. No hot water was so much worse than I thought it would be. Uh, like having to go to the gym to take a shower or even to a friend's to take a shower is like so, because it's not even like I could do the fucking Sigma grind set cold shower because like it was not like the water in our walls was like, ooh, good cold. It was like, oh, freeze you in an instant cold because we're in Chicago in the winter. Yeah. So it was like, it was not even like I could take a cold shower. It was just showers were off the table. So all we had was the kettle to boil water. So we would like, fill up like a basin and, take like a washcloth bath. But even that was like one thing. And then the thing that I didn't even really consider, mostly because I didn't know it was going to last as long as it did, was no hot water for dishes. Like between the two of us, me and Paige both do dishes, but it's definitely like more of my chore. She cooks and I clean up the kitchen afterward, most of the time. And no hot water for dishes, having to boil water in the kettle and then use that water for doing the dishes, was so much, it's just so much harder. Just everything about it was so much harder. And so, yeah, that was, yeah, it was just like constant, wow, it's so much more difficult to live like this, just like daily. So I feel so much better now that we have the hot water back. We still don't even have the stove back. It's not even totally done. But we got the furnace and our hot water back, and I'm chilling. I'm good. I'm not like feeling the best physically, but I'm feeling good mentally. Much, much better. Yeah, gas is mostly fixed, I should say. Like I said, furnace and hot water we've got back. Stove not yet. But also the landlord might want to go to like an electric stove because getting the gas to the stove is going to be a whole hassle and a half. So, also before we get too far into it, okay, we haven't dropped any frames yet. Good. I did get a notice from my internet company that winter weather might cause internet interruptions, and I was getting internet interruptions last night, just like playing video games. Like I was playing Marvel Rivals, and it wasn't often, but it was like twice over like a 2 or 3 hour play session. My internet dropped out. hopefully, like, I haven't gotten any other updates other than the generic warning from the ISP. So there's a hope that no drops, no nothing like that. But we'll see. If I start dropping, I'm gonna be watching for it. And if I start dropping, I'll say something out loud and be like, "Oh no!" And maybe I might even like delay the breaks. I might turn off like auto ads and just do like manual breaks. And if we start dropping internet, then I'll like trigger a manual break then and like manual ads then. So that hopefully we can kind of time the breaks around it, because it wasn't too long of drops, at least last night. Who knows about today? Like I said, they just sent me a generic warning. But I was like, nothing's stopping me from CR today. I'm too excited. How'd you not freeze to death? It's actually not that cold in Chicago right now. I mean, I say not that cold. It's around freezing. Basically, it's around like, let's see. I mean, I guess what is it right now? I guess it's 29 Fahrenheit right now. I don't know what that is in Celsius. That's below freezing. It's probably like negative, 1 or 2 Celsius. I don't know the conversion off the top of my head. All I know is 32 is freezing and 0 is freezing. So I'm basing it all off that. But yeah, 29 feels like 19. Which is not too bad. The week before last, we were getting into like the zeros, and that would have been pretty bad. But honestly, like our place is well insulated. All of our neighbors still had gas, so it wasn't like the entire building was out. It was just our unit, so they were all running heat. So we were also getting residual heat off of the other apartments around us, so that helped as well. So like with our space heater, heat wasn't too much of a problem. And like I said, I like it cold. As long as we can get it above like 63 in the room, I'm chilling. I'm all right. I had no water the other week as all my pipes were frozen. Ugh, that's tough, Albie. That's freezing pipes is the one thing living in the Midwest that and like growing up in like single family detached home where there's no like apartments around you to like I said, keep like residual heat in when everything's detached. It was like a whole thing in the winters if it got too cold in Kansas that you needed to like run hot water through your pipes once every like a couple hours, just to keep like the pipes, like you said, from freezing. That used to be one of my chores when I came home from school, because I was a off and on latchkey kid. So I would, I had like key to the house. I'd come home, no one was there. And that was two of my like immediate when I got home from school chores were we had dachshunds, which are notoriously hard to train. And hard to potty train. And my mom did not try that hard. And so my first chore was check the entire house for pee or poop from the dachshunds. And then my second chore in the winter, if it was freezing, was go and run hot water on all of the faucets. And you run each faucet for like a minute, just to like make sure it gets up to temp. Yeah. It's something you definitely got to be concerned with. Yeah. Water's really good at transferring its temp to your body. Water sitting in pipes is going to be cold in the winter. Yeah. At least you had power. Agreed. Dude, no power is easily the worst. Like we've had, I think, every essential utility go out at this place. Just off and on throughout the time we've lived here, and no power's definitely the worst. Cause then nothing works, It's like everything is down except for like the stove. Well, actually, no. You can light it with like a lighter. But I don't know. That's kind of whatever. Yeah. No power is definitely the worst. Thank goodness. I think we have I think our substation around here is underground, so it's a little bit more resilient. But growing up, our power would go out all the time. I mean, I say all the time. It's like, you know, we would have a blip like every couple months and like an outage once a year. It was just because everything was exposed, like everything was above ground. So it's like a falling tree, gone. Too much sleet. Weird, like a kid throws a tennis shoe at a transformer, gone. I don't know. It was weird. It was definitely not normal, I think, for it to go out as often as it did where I grew up. But we got used to it. And it wasn't really that often. All my water is freezing. I have to let it run for like a minute before I can touch it without. Yeah. Oh yeah. I feel that. Thankfully, we have a big like hot water tank, or it's not like an electric hot water, which I mean has its upsides and downsides. I don't want to make it out like a tankless hot water system is bad. But we have a pretty big, pretty nice tank. It retains the heat pretty well. And we have a pretty small apartment. It doesn't take that long to get to us. IOUN is evil. Interesting title, bro. IOUN's goddamn evil. Goddamn evil. I don't know. I'm not even gonna do that much theorizing. I wanna save it for a separate stream because I think I've gotten most of the initial thoughts out of my head. But oh boy, do I think that IOUN's evil, or at least she's not. I don't think she's like the same level of good as like Bahamut. Like if there's like a 3-tier system that we could use of like you've got all of the gods, like what the hell is this? I've got like a god ray on the right. That's weird. I don't know what that is. Strange. Anyways, you've got like, you know, Bahamut and probably Cord and like these guys over here that were like the good gods in the Divergence, and then you've got like Asmodeus, Satanas, Lucifer. On that side of things, they're all like the betrayer gods. Maybe Vecna is possibly in the betrayer gods category, possibly. Maybe the former death god from before Raven Queen, if that's not Vecna. I still think it could have been. But possible like prior death god before Raven Queen was on the like betrayer god side. And then I think there's a middle category. I think there are gods that took the side of the good gods, took the side of the Bahamuts and the Cords in the Divergence. But I don't think they shared the same like righteous anger for the betrayer gods. I think they just chose the winning side, and I think that they maybe still aren't totally convinced by the whole like no arcana, no none of that shit. And I think that that's probably where IOUN falls. I think like maybe IOUN, maybe Raven Queen also falls into that category, possibly. Maybe Melora. Not entirely sure. But that's yeah. I think there's like a 3-tiered system, and IOUN's in that middle tier. How sluggish streamer sounds when you catch up live. Yeah, when you're not watching me on 2x. Yeah. I haven't had AC on in the winter because of how much heat was coming from my neighbors. Yeah, oh yeah. And I mean, we're not entirely enclosed. It's like our apartment stretches the length of the building, and then there are lots of apartments on top and on bottom. So we don't have as much like insulating heat as we did the apartments that we had in Kansas. All of them, we were surrounded on 4 sides by other apartments, and then we would only have like one side that like faced out and had the fire escape in the window and all that. So in those apartments, yeah, we would sometimes run AC in the winter because of how much heat was coming off the other apartments. Yeah. Just crack the water valve and let it slowly trickle. Yeah, if needed. That's fair. Moving back to Texas next week, so I won't have to deal with the cold much longer. I mean, you won't have to deal with the cold except for one, like, random week in the middle of the winter when you really have to deal with it all of a sudden. Texas is weird. I actually considered moving to Austin back when I was still doing, tech. Because Austin is a massive tech hub, Austin, Texas. And me and Paige literally decided we just couldn't do the climate. The climate just was not for us. We're cold weather people through and through. And Texas is like Kansas. It's warmer than Kansas, certainly, but it has the same like temperamentality as Kansas. It's like Kansas is like you'll wake up, it's 50 degrees out, and then you wake up the next day and it's 0 and a blizzard. Because there's no like large body of water for temperature regulation in Kansas, and Texas only has it on the south, but Texas is a huge state. So yeah, it's been nice living next to the Great Lake. A lot more temperature regulation from it. Do apartment buildings in weather-prone areas of the U.S. have water tanks? I don't think it necessarily has to do with weather as much as available infrastructure. Like, the major reason that an apartment building in the U.S. would have a water tank isn't necessarily for like water storage. It's for water pressure. Because if all of the water is like running underground and you have, say, a 15-story apartment building, it's hard to get good water pressure at the top. So the water tank on top of the building is used to deliver water pressure more than anything to the apartments below it. So in terms of like water storage for like fresh water, not so much. It's mostly used in terms of water pressure, although broad strokes, I'm certain that there are probably communities or places where that makes more sense. But no, I mean, pretty much all of our areas are like directly hooked up to the water grid. So it's actually very rare for our water completely to get knocked out. Hot water, on the other hand, that's all just cold water. Hot water is all on-prem. Yeah. Come to use hot water for heating in apartment buildings, and they have massive tanks in the basement. Oh, really? I'm learning things. I didn't know that. Hot water for heating. Interesting. That makes sense. That makes total sense. That's very interesting, though. I've heard of that in not apartment buildings, but in big like office buildings and convention halls. Because hot water is so easy to. I also know that they do that in some downtown Chicago government buildings. They have massive hot water heating plants that then all of the government buildings, or the not government, but city buildings in downtown Chicago are all hooked up to this giant hot water grid. And that's one of the ways that they passively heat the buildings, or the state and city buildings in downtown Chicago. But I didn't know that they would do it for an apartment building, because I know the downtown Chicago ones have like a giant hot water heating plant that's like right off the river in downtown Chicago. So it's very interesting that they do it for like a bespoke apartment building. Very interesting. Anyways, IOUN's got it. Where's the Raven Queen stack in comparison to evil IOUN? I think IOUN's more on the evil side and Raven Queen's more on the good side. Is what I would think. And again, I think that it's evil with a big asterisk. I think that there were probably betrayer gods that we would think of with our own modern sensibilities. I think there probably were a lot of betrayer gods that were more like blatantly evil. Probably Vecna's on that side of things. But then I think that there were gods that just didn't adhere to the stringence that the good god, quote unquote, I need to find a better word for the good gods. We'll call them not the divine gods. We'll call them the loyal or the traditionalist gods. We'll call them traditionalist. I think that there were gods like IOUN that maybe just didn't adhere to the traditionalist gods' mandates or opinions, but weren't what we would think of as evil. And I think IOUN probably falls into that kind of category where she is using things that are associated with the evil betrayer gods and maybe have been used to enact great evils in the past, like the Heartstones. But I don't think that we would see her motivations, especially, again, with modern sensibilities. I don't think that we would see her motivations as actually evil. And the thing that really makes me think that and like makes that stand out to me is there's a line. Let me bring it up. Why is Obsidian not? Hello? Come on. What? Where is it? Hello? Oh wait, I know exactly why it's not coming up. There we go. All right. Oh no, it's on top of the highlighted message. Come back. Get out of there. There we go. But there's a line when they're talking about the divergence. Oh man, am I going to be able to find it? I might not be able to find it right now. But there's a line in the divergence or when they're talking about the Heartstones, something in there where they essentially say that the betrayer gods were like spreading all of this, nasty knowledge. The betrayer gods were teaching humanity about all of like sorcery and magics and evil. And the way that it's described sounds a lot like the tenets of IOUN. So that's what like originally got me put on to maybe IOUN is evil. But I think evil in the like moralist, like subjective religious sense. I don't know that we would think of her as evil. But I think that she is evil in comparison and like as defined by the traditionalist gods. Even if we wouldn't see her as evil. Yeah. she's sus. Not CR lore, but WotC, IOUN is neutral. That makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like, IOUN seems like just knowledge for its own sake, spread knowledge, seek out knowledge. And, like, I don't think that CR is Lovecraftian by any means, but knowledge is not always seen as an explicit good, especially within the context of religion. I think in the modern day, we have a much more positive view of science and knowledge seeking. But it has not always been so. What's up, Mr. Multi? Also, haven't seen you in a little bit, SSH. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back to live. I missed you. What is your favorite Great Lake? I don't really know the differences. I think Huron is fun to say. I think it's like a fun word. Great Lakes. I mean, I'm partial to the one I currently live on. I'm a little partial to Michigan. I also like Superior. It's very superior. I like that. That's cool. Erie's my least favorite. Easily the least favorite. Erie can go fuck itself. Ontario. Is Ontario a real Great Lake? I don't feel like I remember that. Or maybe I just have a natural aversion because it sounds Canadian. I'm feeling a little weird today, guys. I don't know if that's coming off. I think I would go Michigan, number 1. Superior and Huron tied for 2. and then tied for second. So I guess we'll give them, I like rounding down when there's ties. So we'll say they tie for second and third, so we'll give them both third. And then Erie and Ontario will give like 10th. We'll give them both 10th. I'm sure that there are other lakes that are cool that I'd put above them. Put them low on the list. Get them out of here. That's what I say. Yeah. Today's a weird one with winter weather day. Yeah. Do you see true neutral as evil in regards to gods? I personally don't, but I think it makes a good clickbait title. And I also think that within the cosmology of CR, there has been two very distinct sides drawn in this cosmology. And I think that it will be more nuanced than that. I think it is built in with hidden nuance that we're just not aware of. But currently, there are kind of two sides drawn. There are the gods and the primordial. Well, actually, there's kind of three sides, but really only two. So there's the gods and the primordials, right? And the primordials are not necessarily called evil, but they're described in all of the evil ways that we would think of as evil. And then you have the betrayer gods in the second war that are categorized as betrayers because they eventually side with at least the vague ideals of the primordials. And so there are kind of the good gods, that are like worthy of worship, still have their place in Vasselheim, that I think it's impossible to not view within the context of like living your life in the fiction. It's impossible to not view those as like the broad category of good gods. Because all of the religions that are currently active seem to be related to them, and the ones that aren't, like the cult of Vecna, are very much evil, or at least categorized as evil. So I think that kind of sets up our binary almost in a way of like we have the good gods and the betrayer gods, good and evil, or traditionalist gods and the betrayer gods, good and evil. And then I think that the nuance will strike in the fact that they are in the middle. So I think that as IOUN's true nature becomes more apparent to the players, I think the first reaction will be that IOUN seems to shift into the evil category. So I think that'll be like the first maybe realization about it is, oh, IOUN was actually on the side of the betrayer gods, but maybe she struck a deal. Like maybe she took a fucking plea bargain. Or possibly same thing with the Raven Queen. We know that the traditionalist gods don't really trust the Raven Queen. And so either of them could have been on the side of the betrayer gods and took like a plea deal to not get banished, but they're still not totally in with the traditionalist gods. So they're allowed to be worshipped in a good, way. Like the other gods don't let on to what happened. And like allow the legacy of IOUN and Raven Queen to not be tarnished. But I think that we will have a realization of, oh, these guys were actually on the evil side. And then, so it'll be like an immediate like boom over to evil. And then as we learn more, they will shift back into, we'll start to develop a gradient in the middle of like nuance of morality. In this setting, I think that is kind of what is being led towards. It could even be that that Raven Queen was originally on the side of the betrayers, IOUN was originally on the side of the traditionalists, and then Raven Queen decided that she wanted to flip, and IOUN might have even been her contact, or like the only one that would listen to her and like actually help her out. Like IOUN might have facilitated the deal, so to speak. And that kind of shifted them both towards the middle. Of IOUN was willing to sully herself to take on a taint from working with the Raven Queen, that the other traditionalist gods wouldn't sully themselves with, even if it meant potentially ending the war. So I think IOUN might have a more practical, like let's like more of a utilitarian standpoint. I think is could be likely. Where she was willing to kind of work with, in her head, the lesser of two evils in the Raven Queen, or the lesser one out of 100 evils, in order to end the war, end the suffering, and ultimately come out victorious. But again, that might have kind of tainted her in the view of the other more traditionalist gods. And that might be why the Raven Queen and IOUN seem to work together in Vasselheim. Where the Raven Queen has this whole area, but Raven Queen and IOUN manage the library there. So I could very much see it. We'll say that. I think that'll kind of be the gradient, at least right now, is like the traditionalist gods. We got Bahamut over here, and then IOUN is kind of at the 3/4. And then maybe Raven Queen, maybe not at the 1/4, maybe she's more at the half. And then we have a little bit of a gap. Maybe even Vecna falls into that gap. Who knows? And then we have the betrayer gods, Asmodeus, all of those sorts of things that like now rule in the hells, and that sort of thing. That's what I think could be going on. IOUN is Oppenheimer. I mean, yeah. I think that could very well. I guess Raven Queen would have to be Oppenheimer, as he has become death. So, unfortunately, I think Raven Queen would have to be Oppenheimer. But if there's no Raven Queen, I think IOUN's a good contender. Yeah, I should see that movie at some point. I haven't seen it yet. I should see it. Not to go too hard, but neutrality can easily be seen as evil. When you're so neutral, you don't mind if evil happens. Absolutely. And that could be IOUN, or that could be how IOUN sees the traditionalist gods. She might see the traditionalists as somewhat evil, by saying that like they are not willing to work with the Raven Queen in order to end the war. Like there is so much suffering and death that is being caused by this. It is less evil to maintain one of the betrayer gods in the divine pantheon as opposed to let this continue. So I think in general, right now we have a very binary morality with the gods, but I think there are hints all over the place that binary is constructed and not representative of reality. I think that even though it is being portrayed as such right now by the establishment and whatever, I think there are plenty of hints that there is something much, much more nuanced going on in the divine pantheon. Even if I'm totally off base on IOUN and the Raven Queen, I feel confident that there is something more nuanced going on here. Especially with the Heartstones and the Vestiges, and the way that the Raven Queen and IOUN interact with mortals. I think there's something more nuanced going on. If someone says goddess of knowledge in a vacuum, I think pragmatism or consequentialists, the ends justify the means type of deal. Absolutely. I get the exact same vibe, which is why I could see IOUN being the one to dirty herself by doing what needed to be done to end the war. Yeah. Michigan and Huron are one lake. Well, then there you go. We'll put, well, fuck. But that, okay. If Michigan and Huron are one lake, then I would actually say that lowers Michigan by association. So I would actually move Superior to the first one, which, just makes sense. And then we put Michigan and Huron at 3, and then Erie and all them down. Yeah. Been busy as of late, just got back up. Hell yeah. I'm glad. Hopefully busy with good fun stuff, or at least not bad stuff. How much of a joy Who is Larkin situation made me. People loved that. Man, oh man, oh man. Raishawn got me so good. She got me so good. I picked up. Yeah, she just continues to get me. Yeah, I got fucked up by Raishawn in multiple arenas. She's bested me more than anything else in Critical Eyes by far. Oh my god. IOUN is Barbie, Raven Queen is Vishnu. I want to see that double feature right there. Do you know all the gods in the settings that spoiler territory? I think that's probably spoiler territory. It's possible that I know. I mean, here I'll tell you what I know out loud, and probably don't confirm or deny. I think, especially with how prevalent and important I think the gods are, even if I'm forgetting something, we probably stay away from it just because it seems so hyper relevant. I know that they were using a lot of Pathfinder gods, and I think Forgotten Realms, but I believe that Sarenrae is like not in the same technical pantheon as like Bahamut. So I think that there's like a mix of like D&D Forgotten Realms gods and possibly maybe it's only Sarenrae that got pulled over from the Pathfinder pantheon. Maybe there's some other gods pulled over as well, because they obviously needed to pull Sarenrae over because we have a cleric in the party of Sarenrae. So I'm not sure. I'll say that I'm not sure of the exact makeup of the pantheon. I have a lot of gods written down. So we have Chrysathul, who was the dead fetal god. Arathis, IOUN, Cord, Melora, Pelor, Raven Queen, Vecna, and Vesh. And then we also possibly have. Oh wait, Vecna and Vesh are in both. Oh man, it's the fucking duplicate bullshit again. Wait, 681 for Vecna, 463 for Vecna. Oh, this one actually has less. So we'll delete that and then move that one into there. And then this Vesh one has 16. This Vesh one also has 16. All right, perfect. Yeah. So these are the ones that I can confirm and be confident of. But I even don't even have Sarenrae in here just because she's been such a minor character, I would say. But that's the general knowledge I have. Yeah. And there's only technically Superior, Michigan Lake, Huron is one lake. Well, they have different names. So they got different names. A dragon named the Deceiver tricking me. Dude, she so got me. It's crazy how I got, dude. It's great. It's so crazy. Sarenrae's from Pathfinder. Yeah. I think some of it's 3.5, some 4. Yeah, it seems to be a big kind of melting pot of gods. So yeah, no specifics, But I know that generally it's that like big melting pot type energy. Good guest god for a guest player, as Meg would say. I mean, poor Ashley. poor Ashley Johnson. You know what? If I end up being able or deciding to watch whatever, because I guess we haven't streamed since all this happened. We talked about it a little bit in the Discord. But I know that campaign 3 is coming to an end, I think, tomorrow. Ooh, exciting critters. I believe that the campaign 3 finale is tomorrow. And depending on what happens, and depending on what Critical Role announces afterward, I might look at... I mean, no matter what, I'm going to be looking at doing something with Critical Role's kind of whatever they do next, whether it's campaign 4, whether it's more Exandria Unlimited, if it's Daggerheart and it's a whole new lore, like, I'll be looking at possibly doing something with their next project. Possibly concurrently with Critical Eyes. Depending. It'll all really, really depend. It'll depend on how much Exandria possibly changes. If they just ditch Exandria altogether. If they stay with D&D, Daggerheart. It's going to really depend. But I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. That said, I'd love to see Ashley Johnson for real. Oh, man. It's the saddest thing about how far back I am is that I know that Ashley doesn't become a true, real player for, like, probably 2 more years for me. I probably have 2 more real-life years before I get to see real Ashley Johnson as a real player. And that's so sad. Because I really, really like her whenever she's there. Everything that I, don't like about Ashley is almost 100% due to her not being able to be there all the time. It's her not being, not having as much of a dynamic, not having as much of a familiarity, not being as used to things. And I've only heard good things about her as a real player. I've only heard, I see you guys saying, some of it, it's Ashley's one of your favorites. I've only heard good things. It's so sad that I can't see it yet. So that's a hope. That's a hope. Oh, is Daggerheart? I don't see them ditching an IP they've been building for a decade. Maybe. I mean, what I could see, and this is a theoretical, right? Obviously, I don't fucking know. But I could see them continuing Exandria Unlimited and doing more miniature stories inside of Exandria. And then possibly doing the next, full-on campaign in a different setting. Potentially to a setting that would more easily facilitate Daggerheart. That's a direction that I could see it going in. I could also very much see them just, totally sticking with Exandria and going further down. It's tough. It's tough when we talk about IP and sticking to IP, because I think there definitely is. I think this is a very fair sentiment of why would you put an IP back onto the shelf? But I also think there's something to be said for creative stagnation. And once you've built out a setting so much, sometimes you need a fresh start. So, and especially if Critical Role is really going to, if how do I say this? If they really care about the success of Daggerheart, which I think they do, but I think it would be better for the success of Daggerheart if they had a setting that was built from the ground up for Daggerheart. Like, I think one of the... Actually, I just watched a very good video on this that I can recommend to you all. If you... I mean, number one... let's see. I think it's Zach Speaks or Zach the Giant, or... I'm getting it wrong. No, it's not Zach Speaks Giant. Fuck. What is it? I just watched a D&D video. D&D has no identity. Zach the Bold. Number one, I recommend the channel. He's cool.
I recently started.
I'm not gonna play the video. I don't know what I'm doing. He's cool. Does a lot of really good D&D shorts. But recently posted this long video, and one of the things that he really hits on is the different settings of D&D. And, like, you know, we have Strahd, we have, or I shouldn't say Strahd, we have Ravenloft, that, you know, is defined by Strahd. We have, one of my favorites that he didn't even mention was, Eberron. I think Eberron is an incredibly interesting, cool setting, built for D&D. And so I think that something that would be good for Daggerheart's success is building out bespoke settings for it. I think that Blades in the Dark, not the reason it's successful, but I think one of the factors to Blades in the Dark's success is Duskwall. I think Duskwall is incredibly interesting, really, really fun, works really, really well with Blades. You could absolutely run D&D in Duskwall, but it works amazingly with Blades in the Dark. So I think that there's something to be said for I think it would be a boon to Daggerheart and to Daggerheart's potential success for them to build out a custom setting that takes advantage of all the strengths of Daggerheart. Now, will they do that simultaneously with something else in Exandria? Very possible. I don't know. I don't know. There are parts of it. Even if they stop doing campaigns, they have the Amazon shows, the comic books, not like they completely abandoned Exandria. Yeah. And I mean, we just don't know. It's all speculation. I'm not deciding on anything at all. I mean, fuck. Critical Eyes Campaign 1 is going to last for all of 2025. And I have so many non-Critical Role things that I want to do and want to accomplish. Speaking of, if you haven't watched it, Dissecting 20 is killing it. The episode 1 and episode 2 have both been 1 out of 10s. They are blowing away my own expectations for them. So we have that. We have tons of other stuff that I used to do in 2024 that I want to get back to. I want to get back to the gaming stuff. Want to get back to the like the tracing reality, like the GeoGuessr map making streams. I don't think I've said this on stream yet. I got invited to, which I mean, it's an open invite, but I got separately, specifically invited, to it. Let me see if I can pull it up. I need to go back to sharing the screen. What are we doing on Pointy Hat? What are we doing on Pointy Hat? Dragon Week! I got invited to Dragon Week. I'm gonna be doing it. So sometime 21st to 25th, you guys are gonna be getting a dragon themed video. This is the successor to Kraken Week from last year. I also got invited to a separate kind of big Dungeon Tuber collab that will be coming out, I think, in May. I got things that I want to do with Mike, with Ryan. got a lot of stuff that I am looking to do. So all that said, the reason that I say all that is because I'm very willing to be patient on the Critical Role thing. I don't need to know what they're doing right now. You know, I got other things to focus on. And by the time that I would even get to the point where I'm considering any sort of campaign for whatever, that type of content, I think that we'll know a lot more. We'll have a lot more facts, a lot more certainties. So once we get a lot more of those certainties, then I'll actually decide what I want to do there. I think they also want Daggerheart to be setting agnostic, but I do hope they give us multiple examples of settings. And yeah, I think AP of Daggerheart will help a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think that like a system being setting agnostic and having settings built for it don't necessarily, you know, I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive. Like, I would call D&D relatively setting agnostic, even though they have a lot of settings for it. You know what I'm saying? I think as opposed to like Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark is not setting agnostic, I would claim. They have a kind of a spin-off game called Forged in the Dark that is much more setting agnostic, but Blades is definitely, I wouldn't say it is. But I think Daggerheart definitely accomplishes that, but I think that a setting to go along with it would still be valuable. Yeah. There was a State of the Roll saying in one of their live shows that this year would be the first time using Daggerheart in Exandria. Oh. I mean, yeah, that could be campaign 4, that could be Exu. Who knows? We'll have to see. The editing flow on Ep2 was so well done. Was it good? Good. I'll pass along the compliment. Good. I will say I saw way less comments about the editing, and by less I mean I think I saw 0 about the editing in the comments for Ep2. So sounds like a broadly kind of positive shift. I know there were a couple of comments about it in the Discord, which a lot of the any negatives that kind of still maintain are mostly down to us cutting for time. I have some ideas on how to potentially address it. I have some ideas that are cooking. And I'm still taking the feedback. It's still definitely a work in progress type format. But I'm glad that it was an improvement. I thought it was great. I thought Ep2 was awesome. In terms of like the production. So I'm glad that y'all agree. Over 1K views on both D20 vids. Very nice. Yeah, and a ton of new people joining the channel. I don't know if there are any people that came in from the Dissecting 20. Welcome if you have. Good to have you. Lots of new people here from that. Yeah, it's been very successful. So I'm so happy with. Like I have a lot of fun making them. They're very flexible. They're like more flexible than something like a Critical Eyes, and I think they're better for like that more compressed format that D20 does. The only thing I will say, I fucked up a little bit. I almost I don't know if I should say this live. Mostly for like, not legal reasons, but like, I'll say this. I thought that I got hit by a copyright troll on episode 2. Didn't get hit at all on Ep 1. And like did not get any sort of demonetization flag. Still haven't. But I got a copyright claim on Ep 2 that I thought was from a copyright troll. And I wasn't feeling the best when it came out. Or when the claim came in. It was right before we got our gas turned back on. And so I made the normal, like, you know, this video is fair use, and I kind of laid out why. But I thought it was from a copyright troll because it was related to a compilation video. It was like Dimension 20 most binge-worthy highlights 1 through 8, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was from, some random company. And I found out I did my normal fair use explanation, and then I was a little mad because I've dealt with copyright trolls that are definitely 100% confirmed, do not own the content, do not have any right to copyright claim it. I've dealt with those on so many other videos. And so I got a little etchy, and I was basically like, this copyright claimant does not have any right to copy claim this. They've misidentified the content owner. And it turns out that it was actually a compilation put out by Dimension 20 once I actually looked up the video. It didn't even occur to me that might be the case. I assumed that if Dimension 20 was actually going to copy claim it, that it would be from episode 2, not from a compilation video. And it seems like the company is like a monetization company that some creators work with. It still seems very disconnected, very like an automated claim. So as of now, I'm not taking it as a indication that Dimension 20 specifically is not cool with my reactions. I am keeping it in mind. And if the company does reject the claim, or does reject it, like say like, hey, no, not fair use, which unfortunately they might just do, given my tetchiness in my response. Who knows? It won't take the video down. It will stop it from being monetized, which is bad. No other way to say that. But it's not the end of the world. And if episode 3 got claimed as well, I would send a not angry response, and we would see what happened then. And even if Dissecting 20 just can't be monetized at all, I don't think I would stop making it. Because they're not, the claim was not, hey, take it down. It was not like remove it. It was no monetization. So it's still possible. Maybe you should try email. I might, if it happened again, like if it happened to episode 3, I would probably try to figure out a way to reach out either on the Reddit or through email or something like that. Honestly, to make sure that they're cool with it. Because you're saying like I think they're fine with commentary. I think so too. Like I did a lot of research, and they don't have as explicit of a fan content policy as Critical Role does. But everything that I saw indicated to me that they would be cool with it. I wouldn't have done Dissecting 20 if I'd not been fairly confident that they would be cool with it. So there is also an aspect to this of like, I would just like to know, like, if they're not cool with it, then I don't want to do it. So yeah. Considering they have a pay size, probably more of a limit on how much you replay. Possible. It's very possible. So yeah, that's the only, I don't want to say downside, but that's the only complication right now on Dissecting 20. And I might end up holding EP3 until at least for, I'll say, I don't think it'll come out Saturday. Like this next Saturday. This week. I don't think it'll come out then. Partially because I don't even know if it'll be ready. But also partially to wait to hear back about the thing. Are we getting a D20 Discord spoilers channel? Oh, we could. Yeah, we could. I need to write that down. I need to write that down because that's not a bad idea at all. It'd be nice to get some of the dissecting 20 people in, because I think that there's not, at least not right now, a ton of pipeline of like dissecting 20 people coming over to other stuff yet. I think they're like slowly kind of working their way through the other content. But a spoilers chat could be very cool, and a good reason to get them into the Discord. Let's see. D20 Discord chat. Yeah. Good idea. I really liked Ep 2 and the discussion around it. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, you could theoretically put up a timer so we as viewers could sync up the video ourselves, then that there is no on-screen element on your part. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that what I am doing, I think, does constitute fair use, and even beyond the fair use aspect of it. I also think from everything that I've seen that Dimension 20 would be okay with it. A lot of these companies like don't necessarily check beforehand. Like their job is to manage a lot of this stuff for the company, like for Dimension 20. So I think there's a good chance that the claim like didn't even get reviewed by Dimension 20 before it went out. They might review, my response. But I think there's a good chance they didn't even see it. So we'll see. If there was a timer that I just think to get context, I would probably not watch anymore. I mean, I think it would be worse. I think it would be much, much worse. I think the current format is really solid. I think it's legally compliant, but there is legal compliance, and then there is I don't want respectful compliance, let's say. And I personally want to be on the side of both. I want to be both legally and respectfully compliant to like Critical Role, Roll20, or Dissecting 20, or Dimension 20. Jesus. Yeah. So it's, we'll see. I think we're fully good on the legal compliance part. It's just that I want to make sure that I'm good on the respectful part. Anyways, let's see. Speed up the clip so it takes less time when compared to your talking. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of stuff I could do, but I don't think I should need to. Like, I think if I did that, it wouldn't really change anything in terms of how, like, Dimension 20 views it. But we'll see. Since you're about to start to ask, I have to ask, what do you think the elephant in the room is? I don't think anyone asked last step. Oh, I forgot about the title. You're right. The elephant in the room. I don't remember. I mean, it's them all looting. I guess the elephant in the room could be that it could be Raishan. I don't think so, though. I mean, it could just be the fact that now they have to fight Thordak. Because, like, that was kind of the deal that Allura told them of, like, hey, once the next dragon to die is going to kick off the kind of end game. I don't know. I would truly just be guessing. I would truly be totally guessing. I can't really think of like anything that's super obvious that they haven't addressed. I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be the ship mast in the iceberg, but that seems strange to name the entire episode after. I don't know. That's where I'll leave that. I have no idea. Also, I have auto ads off, so we're not gonna take an ad break. We'll see if we get to like hour 2 and we haven't been hit with an internet drop, then I'll take a break at hour 2. But if we get hit with an internet drop at any point before then we'll just take the break then. But that's pretty much it. Last we saw I was going on a whole rant about betrayer god influence and all this, blah 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 blah. We kind of talked about that. But yeah. I think it's time. It's time for Critical Role.
It's some holy weapon of some kind.
Oh, I bet Kima would want the shit out of that.
Oh yeah, is Kima here?
She's actually like right now in the process in the kitchen of.
All right, is that a little loud? that feels a little loud to my ears. I'm gonna turn it down a skosh.
Massaging some of the bruising and wounds she took from the battle.
Got some meat tenderizer on that? a couple of chickens on it? Talk about.
Stop what you're doing.
Talk about.
I want you to get your hands on this big, beautiful bastard, and I'll hand her the great sword.
Oh, yeah.
And drops him off. Where the heck did you get this?
Yeah, I could tell you, but then I don't remember.
Still a little loud, I think.
A little bit of time. I need to go ahead and just see if I can make this part of my communion. Hold on a second. And she kind of walks away, just staring at the blade, and kind of without leaving her eyes from the text and the scrolling on the side, just walks quietly past all of you in the center of the foyer, sits down with it, and just starts kind of meditating over the blade.
I just want to go and I know that before you hit anything with it, you come talk to us. Okay. I'll leave.
Anything else interesting?
I found a jewel. It's red. It looks pretty neato.
How were the Dragonborn about us taking some of their...
They were great about it, actually. They were quite generous.
Anything else we should
serious,
we should
they
go
were
back
really
for
generous.
as well?
No, there was possibly a giant gold ship underneath.
There was a what?
Oh, a what?
Yeah.
It was like a ship. It was
Gold mast underneath the hoard, and then also much more gold and platinum that we can't possibly tell.
Gold ship.
Wait, it had runes on it as well. Did they look similar to the runes that were on Grog's sword?
No. The symbols that are on the side of the weapon look like they're an ancient text they're laid in a very ceremonial format.
Mm-hmm.
The text that you saw on the side of the mast would be more like an engraving.
Did it look fluid, or did it look...
It was fluid.
There's a ship in the Dragon's collection.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if it was an entire ship,
No,
but it
got
was a
pieces,
ship.
yeah.
So you didn't go in?
Well, I got down, but most of it was still frozen.
Oh, man.
Okay, I think this would be a really good idea before we left then.
That's tempting.
Wait,
If a
what?
dragon
What is
grabbed
a
a
good
ship,
idea?
it was probably filled with something interesting.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
We've got his attention and he kept it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could take days to potentially melt the ice.
The
right?
ice is already melting,
You, though?
and then you...
You could probably melt your way in there in 24
As long as it's still
hours.
structural.
And I also have this
Oh,
new toy.
that's right.
I mean, I think we were talking last time about the ice and all that, and I think that Liam just put it really well of you could melt your way through in 24 hours, which I totally agree with. Are you also doing part of Ep 73? Probably not. Probably not. I have a thing I gotta do tonight. So, I mean, I guess it'll depend. If we blaze through this episode, I guess it's possible. But I would say broadly unlikely. Yeah, we're a little bit behind. Might start on Sunday. We'll see. So you have a tight deadline? It's not a tight deadline. It's basically someone's coming into town and they were like, let's do dinner and hang out. And I was like, okay, I got stream. You know, it's a flexible end time. I don't always know when it's going to end. And they're like, cool, whenever it ends. So it's not a tight timeline, but it's not like a I'm going to do extra type of stuff or type of thing. Yeah. Maybe can't know which episodes have cool moments at the start. Yeah, true. It's always iffy to start an episode that wasn't announced. True. Yeah. That is also true. If I don't know that I'm going to do it ahead of time, because people do like plan around certain episodes. Anyways, yeah. But anyways, yeah, the whole ice. This is another good example of like why I like the ice as a barrier. It's like it's not something that they can get at right now, but it is something that they can easily just spend time on and eventually get there. Especially if Keela does any sort of control weather or, anything like that. Or, she also has her flame hands. Lot of options that they have for getting through this. It'll just take time. Now, It'll be interesting to see if they sort of have the time. I don't know, honestly. I think it's possible that they may just like have free time to spend, and I still think that the ice would have been effective in that case because it meant that they couldn't like sneak in and get it while Vorugal was alive, and now that Vorugal is dead, it's so much more accessible. I think that's cool. I think that's very, very cool, the way that it kind of transitions like that. It could also link in with a timer. Given that they said that, you know, the war with Vorugal would kind of kick, or not Vorugal, the war with Thordak would kind of kick off after the next dragon death, it could be that a day is quite a while to spend at this point. I don't know. We're going to have to see.
Yeah.
We should check that out
We
before we
should-
go.
Are we any danger of staying here, leaving our special hidey place unprotected?
Oh my
your
God,
home?
can we
It's not
rest
like anyone can get in
today?
here.
Yeah, I'm pretty
No,
No, I'm
It's
talking about your homeland.
Oh, it's
Leaving it unguarded.
as guarded as it's going to be right now.
Well, we know that Raishan's out there doing something.
She was doing something previously. This really, I don't think that anything awful is going to happen.
right.
I also took this little keepsake. I call it stone black.
Because it's a black stone?
Well, don't fucking break it down like
Oh,
that.
it's so neat.
Simple and to the point.
Does it look fancy? Does it look
Is
magical?
it magic?
Is it magic?
Why don't you detect magic, whoever can detect
Can
magic?
I can't. Wait, can I? No, I can't.
Can you?
still have
I
the
can just
little-
look at it and see if
I
it
can
looks
dispel
magical.
magic. I can't
Can
detect
Yeah,
it.
make an arcana check.
No, it ran out of.
Man.
It ran out of.
So
20.
she's a call.
20. It is not magical. However, your keen bardic eye, looking at the gem, it is a very rare gem. It is worth quite a bit. Like,
Platinum zirconia.
it's actually a black sapphire, which is an extremely rare gem.
The fuck is that?
It runs in the market anywhere.
Wait, I gotta test something. What's the episode? Oh, it's a good point. I actually don't know. One second. I gotta test something. Oh, why? Why is the swipey noise playing on system? That doesn't make any sense. What the hell? No wonder you guys can't hear it. I noticed that you weren't able to hear the swipey noise, and I didn't know why that was. And apparently it's because it's on the wrong thing. Well, yeah, why is it on SFX? What? Swoosh. I don't know why it's playing through there. But don't worry, I have a solution. And we're back. The swipe is back. That's a good point though. I think we're on 0.35, which I think is good for now. I think we'll keep it on 3.5. Might turn it up to 5.5, just because it's a lot of loot gremlining, but we'll see.
Between 4,000 to 6,000 gold.
So anyway, like, I got rid of my old salt lick rock, and now I've got stone black here to take its place.
Where do you
You
put
know have a
that?
pet rock?
No.
Oh my god, I sleep with it. I like put it on my back and like gets all the knots out.
That is the cutest.
Do you paint,
Never done this.
do you paint a face on it or anything?
I mean,
No, I've actually had a lot of rocks that are friends.
Oh, that's great. You can make little clothes for it.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. Yeah.
sometimes I'll carry it in my armpit just to keep it warm. You don't need to know about that.
It's very maternal.
Oh, and his
we know
boots.
about it.
Boots, leather boots, leather boots. Could be anything.
Are they magic? Scanlan.
Oh, sure, I'll look at those.
Put them on your feet. See what happens.
Wow. 24.
24.
Arcana check, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're very, very simple leather boots. There's no real ornamentation to it beyond just being functional boots. And as you take them and look at them, there is a very, very faint shimmer to the actual leather itself. Like almost like when the light hits it, the brown kind of gives way to a slight purplish undertone or current. It looks to have some sort of enchantment.
Does it seem
I will say, so I've obviously gotten on the CR cast before about making checks before Matt asks for them. My only caveat to that is if you do establish that every time a particular type of action is taken, it requires the exact same type of check. So if Matt has established at this point that checking if magic item, quote unquote, is equivalent to like the hide action, right? The hide action always requires a stealth check. So if you've developed that manner of expectation that a very standard type of action that they do relatively consistently always requires the same check, I think it's more okay for them to just like do the check and not ask. But if I noticed my players starting to do that, I would probably sit down and explicitly write out that new sort of action and like exactly what it meant. And if, like the hide action, there are any restrictions, like hide requires you to have something to hide behind, like have something to break line of sight. That's if I would want to write it out, mostly because I would want to include those sorts of caveats to sort of hone in my players' expectations. I can't think of a time that I've ever actually done that. Like, yeah, it's not something I think I would do or that I would lean towards at my own table, but I can see it being a reasonable thing to do. So I'll be a little bit less harsh on it in this kind of point of context than I am possibly in others. The only reason I don't like my players ever rolling prior is to asking is I might not have a DC in mind, and I hate coming up with a DC after they roll. Then I'm just choosing if they pass fail. I think that's incredibly fair. Like I said, I still probably would never do this at my table, but I can at least bring this one to like neutral in my estimation. On like a 10, -10, where them asking beforehand is normally like a -3, I can at least bring it up to a 0 in this sort of situation. I will full on make them re-roll so that I can choose a DC legitimately. Yeah, I think that's a very fair thing to want. Yeah.
Evil, good.
I have no idea. However, they look fancy.
They are interesting, and I'm indifferent to such things. So
I want to put one on.
Go ahead, put
You
one
need
on.
boots?
Look at
I
it.
want to put it on and just see
We're in a
what
safe
it does.
place.
I think
I
you
just
would
want to
do
see what it
both.
does.
Yeah.
Wait, what if it's single use? What if it's single use only?
Well, now's a good time.
now's a good
Oh
time.
no.
It'll be fine.
It's a boot. It's probably made for multiple uses.
Probably.
You guys can take a short rest and essentially take time with the item too.
Oh fuck, sweet. Let's do that.
If you want to.
Yeah.
I attune to my staff.
Okay, so you attune to your staff.
Yeah.
What are you unattuning from?
Currently my ring of protection.
Oh,
Okay.
that's painful.
Yeah, dude.
AC down.
Yeah.
All right, so all your saves are down by 2.
For now.
And your AC's down by 2 for now.
For now.
Good enough.
By
Okay.
the way, we have 2 unused ring of protections that we can trade for things, but because I have one that I haven't used in months.
Like Stone of Jordan's
So
now.
good.
It's the thing you trade. Props to you if you know what that reference was.
Fucking insane too. Like, I don't know how many things Matt's letting them attune to. I can't tell if it's raw 5e, just because it's I've totally lost track of their inventories. I've stopped trying. But crazy that they have things that they are valuing over rings of protection. 3? What is, I mean, makes sense. He's got the blink belt, or the thing that brings his daggers back. I think it's the blink belt. He's got the boots of haste, and he's got the Raven Queen armor. Makes sense. What does Keyleth even have? She's got the staff now. I can't even think of other magic items that I can like off the top of my head think of her using that she would prioritize over a ring of protection. Wild. Yeah. Not all their items Sicilian priest train needs attunement. Yeah. Which is why I don't even try to track it. Vax's boost of haste don't require attunement. Damn, really? The antlers and a circle of intellect. Her antlers are magic items. Okay. I mean, I would say that a ring of protection might be a contributing factor there. Man, yeah. It'd be interesting. I think more of where like my mind is going with this is, goddamn, they are not valuing the riders as highly as I think you should in 5e, but they also don't know that. Like, I don't blame them for not knowing that sort of thing. But man, oh man, like just +2s to all of those things is high, let's say. I mean, fucking Scanlan's hand cone of clarity is insane. They're just not very flashy, I think, is why they're not valuing them highly, which is fair. Like, I think that people generally value the rider sort of items lower than the ones with more flashy abilities, even though in a lot of contexts, the rider type stuff, you know, hand cone of clarity, fucking +1 sword, and ring of protection, like those are gonna get you a ton of value. Interesting.
All right, so yeah, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to take a short rest to try and figure things out?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, so Kima's focusing on the sword. You're focusing on the boots.
Sure.
I'm focusing on the war mask.
Okay, and who else is doing
Is
what?
there other
There's
things?
a beautiful gem.
No, that's my.
No, my red gem. It looks special.
It looks like a special gem. Does this actually look like a special gem?
Which gem is this?
The red.
The ruby.
The red beautiful gem you told me about.
Oh, the ruby. It looks very pretty.
I've got a vial with yellow and black swirly stuff in it.
That requires somebody who knows things.
I'll look at that.
You want to look at the boots with me?
Can I do a check on the potions since got alchemy training?
You know what? Yeah, if you wanted to take a look for it. Yeah.
There's some bracelets and such. I thought I'd take a look at.
I have
I
a
can
golden
see-
platinum band with braids.
Oh, I'll take a look at the
Metallurgy?
back blades. The back blades.
The back blades. That's nice.
So Keyleth is taking a look at the potion or potions. Which,
Potions.
What about the bracelet? You also had a bracelet.
I just gave it to
Yeah.
No, but there was a-
Braze over here.
wait, the bracelet.
No, you had a ring and you had a bracelet.
I have a platinum bracelet, which I assumed was just fancy and pretty.
It had a sapphire in it.
Here,
you
look
know
at that one too.
All right. All right.
Okay.
I think I can only really handle one of these, but we'll find out what happens.
All right. All right. So as you guys make a short rest, Keyleth, you identify both potions. One of which is a potion of speed.
Hey, that's what I thought it was. The yellow one?
Yeah. Boom.
What about the
The other is a potion of invulnerability.
Yo.
Oh, shit.
What does it do?
What is it? Give that to me. That's why I was heading to that. Okay.
Read it. Read it out loud with your mouth.
For 1 minute. For 1 minute after you drink this potion, you have resistance to all damage.
God mode. God mode.
The potion syrupy liquid looks like liquefied iron.
So you like half
Power it up. Get in.
Half damage
Oh.
for a minute.
To everything.
That is so
What about sexual?
insane.
And then potion of speed, when you drink this potion, you gain the effects of haste spell for 1 minute.
The potion has a second name.
I'm putting that in the
It's called
party
Safe Room.
inventory.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
No, hand it
10
out.
rounds of a battle, basically.
Oh, that one should go in party.
Yeah.
Which one? The potion of speed?
No, the
Potion of invulnerability, so we can
That's
decide
for
later.
a very
Yeah.
special day.
I guess I'll need that.
Grog could take the speed.
Yeah, do you want to
Yeah.
take the speed potion, Grog?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Always need to be fast, right?
When is that speed? then?
Give the invulnerability to Laura.
Sissy,
Oh, thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thanks.
All right. The boots.
Oh.
To you, Vex.
What did it?
So many things.
Boots of Bowie.
Is it boots face?
Bowie in space.
Oh, ah! Oh my god, this is so crazy. Okay, because I was about to learn a spell for somebody, but these take care of that. These are boots of feral leaping. When you wear these boots, you can instill your leaps with incredible bursts of power! As a bonus action, you can attempt to leap. Make a strength check with a DC of 16. If you are successful, you leap either 15 feet vertically or 20 feet horizontally.
There you go.
Come on, Elliot. You've all come where you
You have
stand.
to attune to him.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say it
Those
too.
aren't too many.
Here you go, Grog. You need those.
Does anyone want
Price
the
is
potion?
right.
I don't want it to be just my credit.
That's amazing. Anyone need the potion of speed? If
You fail the check though. You fall prone where you
I
stand.
gave it to Grog.
Yeah, but now he doesn't.
Oh, that's important.
Oh, banana splits.
I didn't read that little
Strength
bottom
checks. You'll
part.
probably be okay.
It should be.
Most of the time, but once in a while, hilarious.
Once in a
I
while,
have a-
you just banana peel.
I have a question.
Yes.
Because the spell that I was gonna take, because I still have one spell that I haven't learned yet, is jump,
Right.
which triples your jump for 1 minute. So if I did that, would that triple that as well,
Oh, snap.
or would it just be Grog's normal?
Probably doesn't stack.
It's yeah. That magic would kind of override the spell.
Okay,
Just based on the enchantment, it's two different magical forces affecting the same thing.
makes sense.
Yeah, the jump spell is part of the enchantment that boot was
Oh, so
crafted
that's
around.
so that's
Oh man. That that's a tough one. Because Matt is getting at a raw ruling, but is specifically ruling against raw. Because there is a raw rule about two spells of the same name do not stack. So, like, if you have, say, two clerics in the party and they both cast Bane on the same three enemies, they are essentially just under the effect of one Bane. Now, I will say that doesn't mean that the second effect fizzles. It only means that the entity only experiences the effect as if there is only one, as if they are not stacking. There is something to be said for it allows two spells that are a spell that's concentration to be cast by two separate people, and then they're basically keeping up concentration separately. If you really care about that spell staying up, I think that's pretty rare that you would really, really care about that. But one of the important parts of that rule is that if a effect is similar but is not specifically under the same name, like the same like name of the magical effect, then they do stack. That's why like Rune Knight's Gigantic Growth or something, or like Runic Giant, D&D 5e Rune Knight. Like Rune Knight has Giant's Might. If you are smaller than large, you become large along with anything that you are wearing. If you like the room to become large, your size doesn't change. This stacks with Enlarge Reduce. Confirmed for sure. So you can use Giant's Might to become large, and then you can use Enlarge Reduce to become huge. Which I would argue is exactly what is happening here with the Boons of Feral Leap plus, the jump spell. So that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I can see Matt's like mental calculation of shit. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, I don't know. Unfortunate. I think the core thing there, if you are if you are making your own magic items, if you don't want it to stack with an existing thing, you either need to use concentration if the existing thing already has concentration, or you need to call it the same thing. So like if these boots just said like you are under the effects of the jump spell or something like that, that would totally work. Or you have to specifically call out in the item's description, this effect does not stack with any effect that affects your jump distance, or something along those lines. Or something like if anything else increases your jump distance, take whichever's higher. Something like that. Also, old jump is just weird. Jumping in general is a little strange, a little underused. It's not like something that I would expect Matt to like just know off the top of his head. The only reason I am so aware of it is because I really like the jump spell. I use it constantly in Baldur's Gate 3, and I've used it all the time when actually playing in 5e. So I have like specific weird knowledge about this one that I wouldn't expect Matt to have. But yeah, weird, not necessarily weird situation, but situation that does get at some of the weirdness of 5e Raw when it comes to like magic items and spells and how those combine and stack.
There you go.
The Platinum Band
Yeah.
is not magical.
Yay!
I'll hang on.
But it is worth quite a bit, actually. The Platinum Band is worth, let's see, about 2,500 gold.
That's kind of a magic all its own.
And the ring, the ring?
I have a platinum bracelet.
The Platinum Bracelet was what he looked at right now. That's worth 2,500.
Oh,
And then the ring
wait,
of the two
the
that
gold
were...
platinum band. Oh, the
was a
band
ring.
was a ring.
Yeah.
A band ring. Got it. And what?
The ring?
Yes, I do.
This is a
Thing.
platinum band.
Oh god. Oh,
Oh,
there it goes. There it
okay.
goes. It just says 1,500 gold on it.
The cube shrinks to half its size.
Centimeter.
Oh god.
Oh.
It's a ring of invisibility. While wearing this ring, you can turn invisible as an action. Anything you're wearing or carrying is invisible with you. You remain invisible until the ring is removed, until you attack or cast a spell, or until you get backblades. I don't need to say attunement on it.
Requires attunement.
Wait, is that true?
It does require attunement.
That's okay. Let's keep it.
It's a legendary item.
Yeah, we might
Essentially, meaning it's extremely rare.
Freaking Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah.
ring,
It's
man.
the cloak of invisibility.
You know how you use a spell, and once you do something, the spell's gone?
Or
That, while you're wearing it, you can just turn back invisible for another action. As many times as you
Don't
want,
waste the
for as long
spell.
as you wear it.
Ah, that's pretty.
Oh, whoa. I just assumed that it had a charge and that it recharged like on dawn. Is that custom? Invisibility. I if it's a legendary item, I don't know it off the top of my head. Legendary. Damn. Damn. That's a fucking item right there. That is an item and a half. Legendary. Yeah. Oof. Is that the jump spell and boots raw can't give you more movement, which kind of sucks and isn't fun to play. I can jump 90 feet, yeah, but you can still only move 30 feet per your movement. Yeah, that is the very annoying part of jump in 5e. I think movement in general is very strange in 5e. I think they did a good job with it in Baldur's Gate of they just made it cost movement to use. I think that is a much more, I think in general, Baldur's Gate did a really good job of sort of buffing out some of the weirdness in 5e, of treating all of those things as, in my opinion, what they are, which is like resources to be used. You know, they treated bonus actions and reactions as just resources that recharge on a turn. I think it's I think it's much more intuitive to think about jump costing a certain amount of movement, which is what it does in 5e. And what it does in Baldur's Gate 3. It just costs a certain amount of movement, and if you don't have that amount of movement, you just can't jump. I think that is actually very intuitive. And then they have the really nice thing about viewing all of these like reactions and movement in that way is that then you can work them into other features. So they had the like the brace ability, one of the weapon abilities, brace, where you just pay essentially 20 movement and you get this effect from paying that movement. Because again, it's just a resource that you can spend. I've said out before, I would love it if rather than dodge taking an action, dodge just required that you spend a certain amount of movement to activate it. I think that would be very intuitive. And things can even cost combinations of resources. Again, very common in Baldur's Gate, where something costs like movement and a bonus action. Something costs a bonus action and a reaction. Something costs bonus action and action, whatever. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that sort of thing, where it's just like, yeah, you have to spend, say, 5 movement to activate the jump, and the jump spell from there on triples the jump distance that you can go. But yeah, movement's a strange beast in 5e. And I think it's also partially because they have all of the different types of movement, which is hard to work with. Yeah.
Very cool.
So situationally, it can be very useful.
Yeah, especially in stealth and shit.
Yeah, if you're trying to do
So
infiltration,
you can pop out, cast a spell or something,
and
pop
use an
back
action to pop back into this.
but not a bonus action.
No. So it's less of a combat benefit necessarily. In some situations, maybe.
For sneaky
For
recon.
recon stuff like that, it's pretty.
Like
That
going,
seems like good
like
for-
going to a white dragon lair.
Exactly.
Looking for the
Yeah.
Who wants to keep it?
Stealthy people need
Ema is
probably.
happy.
horror name.
He was happy?
Ema's very happy.
Got
What
that
does it
thing?
do?
What you get? What you get?
You just give away something amazing.
Well, no, as she stands up, she takes the blade and kind of swings it. Hits the ground. When she hits it, you see a spark of divine energy from the impact. She looks at her maul and goes, "Sorry, old friend. You'll find a good new home. But I'd say this Holy Avenger is gonna
What's a holy
well.
Holy Avenger!
What's it do?
Oh my
What's
God.
it do?
To give you specifics, it requires attunement by a paladin.
Oh, so it has to be.
So
Okay.
only really Vax or her could attune to it.
Great.
It's a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
+3?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hitting a fiend or undead, the creature takes an additional 2d10 radiant damage.
Oh.
While you hold the drawn sword, it creates an aura in a 10-foot radius around you. You and all creatures friendly to you in the aura have advantage on saving throws against spells and magical effects.
Is now an associate member of Oxford.
Oh man. Thank you for everything,
Provisional.
Ema.
Provisionally. I'll drop this. That's
GBR
amazing.
Pokemon.
So the mole.
Where's the
right?
ring? Who has the ring?
Even just because like, I want to respect your weapon. What does the mole do?
Oh, you want them all?
Well, no, I'm just saying like what it does, or does it just like beat the shit out of people beautifully by itself?
The maul, it's my Holy Thunder Maul. It deals an additional thunder damage when I hit something. That's about it.
Cool. You may hold on to it, boy. Cool.
Think. I'm good for now.
Boss. Total boss moment.
She can do 100 push-ups.
That's true. Enjoy that.
Oh, Elijah.
I know.
So,
I run downstairs to the training area with my staff.
I did anything from Noble Mask?
No, but it is worth 750 gold.
Whoa.
I'll unlock its secrets soon. Wearing down.
Well, if we're ever invited to a masquerade, how do you say it?
No, but continue, please.
Masquerade.
Yes.
Masquerade.
Yes.
Paper faces on karate.
Yeah, it's it kind of resembles almost like the Maori warrior mask, the big open mouth, like the tongue sticking out, and like the two pronged
Oh,
teeth
shit.
underneath. It's a war mask. It's meant to inspire fear and really kind of give you an ominous presence in the battlefield.
Platinum?
It's gold.
You gotta wear that on the back of your
Gold.
head.
It's very gold.
Does it go with his hat?
How much-
I mean, if you were to attach it some way, it would look very
Would
interesting.
you like me to attach the mask to your fine hat?
Your
To
rhino
the back
helmet?
of it?
Ooh, to the back of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh, so he has a face in the back.
So they don't know if he's going or coming. Yeah.
Pony in the front.
All right, bring it
face in the
downstairs, John.
I think I can. They're both metal,
Yeah,
right?
you can.
I can help you by heating metal. Actually.
Yeah, let's go. Let's just do this.
All right.
back. Can you also put my title on the
Wait,
inside?
I'm gonna go play with my
Your what?
staff and then I'll
Title.
do know.
Oh yes, of
Grand
course.
Poobah of...
Just keep it.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna go test this out and then I'll meet you.
All right, that's fine. I'm going to.
Wait. Are you going downstairs?
Yeah, I want to see what this
Yeah,
does.
can I come with you?
We're all going downstairs.
Wait,
Let's
I
go.
want to see the show.
It's a free mansion, man.
You want to have a drink with me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so while you guys go downstairs, you two are going to the dining area now.
Is there a lounge in the mansion? Is
You
there a
got any
bar?
pictures?
Shag
There's
carpet.
mostly lounges in
The
there.
champagne room.
Is there like an aerated wine cellar? Cameron?
It's constantly aerating.
No one will.
No one has the slightest
Side
idea.
joke.
The internet with our
Wow, I'm being teased right now for owning and using a wine aerator.
Yes, you
What's it
are.
really
Somebody
like?
told you that instead of a narrator just laughing their happy ass.
I appreciate fine things, and I'm not going to apologize for that.
Some guy broke that out of his kid's toys and was like, "It's a narrator."
So yes, that's what
I
we're
halted
doing.
all conversation.
Gonna go
All
to
right, so you guys find your way to the wine room.
Yes.
Scanlan, what are you doing?
A whole lot of nothing. I'll go down and watch the show, I guess. I'll watch
Okay.
the training show.
All right, so you four head down to the training room. Kima comes down to watch as well. Pike comes down eager to watch what this new artifact does. You head down to the training area. You have the big sand pit that's kind of cornered off of the.
Is Mega Sam in this? No. Mega is Sam in that Mega likes wine. Mega is definitely a wine person more than any other type of alcohol. But Mega is not Sam in that Mega drinks boxed wine. Mega goes for the $2 chuck. I am not a wine aerator guy. That is way too much work. I often don't even use a glass. I'm drinking straight out of the box. Still, as a 27-year-old adult, I'm taking it straight from the box. If I'm using a vessel, a drinking vessel, it's a mug. I do not go for the wine glass. Way too breakable. I like a handle for my for my beverages. So Mega's partially Sam, I suppose. I have done it with what do you call it? With an aerator before. I don't really think it tastes different. I mean, it does, but Sam's tastes are too expensive for you. Yeah, it seems like. I am not a person that enjoys the finer things in life. I'm a person that enjoys the pretty cheap things in life. Try the Josh brand. 11 to 12. Bro, is it 11 to 12 a bottle? Because you're already pricing me out, man. I'm guzzling wine that is $20 a box, and the box is 4 bottles. So I'm clocking a $5 bottle for my tastes, personally. True gentleman. Does the box tap not count as an aerator? Oh, maybe it does. Maybe I am a little bit more fancy than I thought. As a lush, most box wine is actually pretty decent. It's not bad. It gives you worse headaches if you drink too much. I'll say that. I will say that bottled wine definitely treats you better on the way out. But having a box says a lot about your wine habits. Oh yeah. Oh yes, it does. Not even a solo cup. That sounds unsanitary. If it never the tap sits off the ground, what would it ever touch? I will say I do give it the old rinse off beforehand. I give it the old rinse off. I say, you know, and then it never touches anything besides my mouth. Oftentimes, not even that. Oftentimes I was, Slap in the bag over here. I bet they make boxes. They probably do. Yeah. 27. Did you just celebrate your birthday, fellow Aquarian? Or maybe I haven't yet. Maybe I'm still 26. Who knows? Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. I am an Aquarian. I'll say that. That's the closest I'll get to my birthday date. I am indeed an Aquarian. Do you hold it over your head like you're Bacchus? I don't know who Bacchus is, but I do indeed. I do indeed. Your 27th is tomorrow? Your birthday's on Critical Role finale day? Woo! That's fun. That's very, very cool. I love how it brings up jokes that exist between them. I don't know, it's so endearing. Like, you can tell that they're friends. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, bringing up off-screen jokes, it makes it a little bit more real. I totally agree. Every time I hear people about drinking alcohol, I'm happier that I don't drink. Why would you pay to get a headache? Hey, I am never going to judge someone who's sober. By choice, by necessity, whatever. I grew up with most of my friends. Like, I started drinking in high school. The vast majority of my friends did not drink at all in high school. I just drank with my parents. And then in college, my roommate, who was also my best friend, was totally straight edge. So it's I definitely get it. I really enjoy the taste, but like if we don't have wine at home, we have all sorts of other assorted liquor for when people come over. If we don't have wine, I will not drink at all. It's because I am only willing to put alcohol into my body that I think tastes good. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't try Cook's or Andre champagne because it's $5 vomit-inducing regret. That sounds like UV Blue. UV Blue is the worst alcohol that's ever been produced. Yeah. If you do it right, you don't get a headache. That's also true. Yeah. If you don't drink too much, if there's certain things that you can do. Intersperse it with water. Yeah. Yeah. I drank enough while in the military. I get that. Non-dire mai chiesto. Oh, goodness gracious. Non dire me questo davanti a un italiano potresti uccidere qualcuno? I mean, one Italian I recognize. That's about it. I know un, due, tre. But an Italiano, I can assume. A headache is the least of your problems if you're a lightweight. Yeah. I mean, I'm also lucky that I'm a very nice, very lovey drunk. And I am also I wouldn't call myself a heavyweight, but I'm like a medium heavyweight. What is that, a welterweight? I'm definitely not a lightweight. Red or white? Red. If a place only has white, I will not drink. I am red only. Yeah. Your body's an issue with the chemical makeup, like lactose intolerance, or you're drinking way too much and should stop. Yeah. And there's certain types of wines that are more there's certain types of drinks that are more prone to it. If it's very sugary, it has a higher likelihood of a headache and that sort of stuff. But yeah. Especially margaritas. Ooh, I do love margaritas. That's probably if I'm out, like if we're like drinking at a restaurant or something like that, it is either red wine or margarita. If they do not have one of those two things, it's off for me. Or if either of those two things are too expensive. Like I said, I've got cheap tastes. If it's not one of those two things, no drinking for me. Never say that in front of an Italian. You could give someone. The wine in Italy was delicious. I don't drink because of the taste, the price, and the fact that I don't like inhibiting my senses. All very super duper fair. That is the two people that I know that have been straight edge their whole life. Both of them are like, I don't like inhibiting my senses. which is super duper fair. Totally get it. Yeah. I like white way more than red. Yeah. I have the rarest birthday. Rarest. Dun, 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 dun. Drink water before, during, and after. Before, during, and after. Yeah, I agree. 90% of the effects of hangover are really just dehydration. Oh, dude, my sister-in-law is a professor of anatomy, and one of her favorite facts is, or like party facts, party tricks, is that she can explain to you in detail the process of a hangover. Like exactly the things that occur inside of your body that produce a hangover. And one of them, I don't remember a lot of the details of it, but the thing that I always took away is one of the major factors is that when you drink, it makes your, I think it's your intestines, like your upper GI, it makes it less capable of absorbing water. Like it makes it like less capable of like absorbing liquid. So even if you drink while even if you drink water while drinking, you will pee out most of the water. You should still drink water while drinking because it will absorb still some of it. But it makes it absorb way, way less. And that can produce a lot of the effects of the hangover. And I guess there are certain ways to mitigate that. You can do certain things, but yeah. I wonder if she can explain why rum, and specifically rum, gives my dad wild and vibrant chaos dreams. She does have she hasn't conducted any of it, but she does have facts from studies as to like why different alcohols affect you in different ways. It's very interesting. But anyways.
The wooden outskirts, you have the various dummies set up in certain ways. You have the portion of the room that has the armor stand on the side, the weapon stand. What do you want to do?
Okay, all right, everyone stay back. I'm gonna just start by casting the lowest level of spell out of it, see what it does.
Which is?
Apparently a fireball.
Okay, at where?
Whatever is further in the sand pit. I told everyone to stand back.
Everyone stays back. Furthest part of the sand pit is going to be one of the 4 various combat dummies.
Yeah, sure.
So you launch, you pull the staff down, you guys watch this, in the centerpiece at the top where that one gem is kind of hovering and slowly rotating in place, the gem begins to glow bright red from its kind of somewhat soft kind of bluish green composure. As it hits bright red, this beam of familiar red arcane energy streaks forward, hits it, and detonates into a shaking explosion, destroying the wooden dummy and singeing the one immediately left to it.
Cool.
See that, Grog?
Yeah, really nice.
That was awesome.
Was that the biggest thing it does? What?
No, not
Says 3 charges off.
Yes, that's 3 charges.
3 charges off.
How many charges are there?
20 and they recharge.
Oh my gosh.
At the top of a day.
some
They
of them
recharge
recharge.
1d6 plus 4.
Oh. How many recharge a day?
1d4 plus, or 1d6
1d6
plus 4.
plus 4.
So
That's a bunch.
5
It's a
to
decent
10,
amount.
5 to 11.
Okay. Because I've been really excited about this one, I'm going to point at the other dummy, and I'm going to cast Chain Lightning.
Okay. As you do, you watch as this giant bolt of electrical energy arcs off the same place in the staff, hits the dummy, and the dummy immediately bursts into flames from the energy hitting the wood, and then arcs off and hits the 2 others, and suddenly the dummies are partially blown apart on one side, the charged section now slowly smoldering, as smoke pours up, and you see bits of the electrical energy go to the remainder.
Grog.
The wooden dummy.
Holy shit.
Did you see that?
That was amazing.
Holy shit.
I kind of want to get out there for like whatever you do next.
Really?
Yeah, just to like see how much damage it does. Wait,
really?
can you use this in like mixie form too?
I don't think so.
No, you think so or you don't?
I can try this, though. And then, hang on,
That's-
wait,
that's
that was
6 charges off.
There's
Is 5 charges?
5 charges.
I like the just the skepticism. I mean, it's something I would look into if I was a DM, but because my gut reaction is also no, but there could be some weird rules text about that. Druid's weird, man. I would assume no, though.
No, sorry, you're right. 6 charges.
Charges.
Running through all the charges, but I don't care.
Do you have another one you want to do?
Watch this, Grog. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna do Conjure Elemental.
Okay, and what elemental are you going to conjure?
What elemental?
Earth, big. Earth.
Earth.
Okay. You watch as she slams the staff in the ground, and you feel this kind of quaking, and the sand pit behind her begins to slowly billow and rise up. As the sand falls away from underneath, you see standing behind and looming over Keyleth this giant cracked stone earth elemental, very much like the form that she often takes, just kind of standing behind her. Its eyes flash up with a bright green glow, and it just sits there awaiting her command.
You got a posse.
And then I do a bonus action, and I also turn into an Earth Elemental.
Sorry, you got your forms back at the short rest.
Yes, I did.
So now she turns into the same form. There's now 2 elementals there.
And then we walk by and we top gun each other. Yeah.
Each slam itself causes the air around to like a small thunder wave in its own right.
And then we both turn and look at Grog.
That was amazing.
And then I punch Grog in the face.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
Natural one.
Oh, no, wait. It's not spell
That
attack.
was for me. That was for me.
And for the other elemental, what's your bonus?
You mean
What's
it
your
does
bonus
what
as an
you do?
elemental?
What?
Earth elemental, what's your attack bonus? Because the other elemental's going to punch him at the same time, too.
He gets a +8.
Plus 8, that is a 16. That is not. So here's what happens. In slow motion, Grog stands over the big grin in his face, and both fists just go, just glide off. No impact. And you're just still kind of dumbfounded and enjoying the moment.
Really?
Well, I did that on purpose.
Can I understand what she said?
No, you're.
Wow, she can become far-sighted Earth elemental. Amazing.
Okay, I drop my form to hear what Grog has to say.
That sucked. That was the worst one of all of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Did it hurt you when we punched you?
No, I mean, wait, is the beard all right?
The beard is fine.
Yeah, okay. No, it's all good. Does it do anything else than, like, whiff?
Well, and I tell the elemental to,
No, it does not.
Nothing. Nothing.
attack Grog again.
Yeah, let me turn around. I'll turn around.
You turn it, okay.
There's an 18.
Fucking shit.
Well, it doesn't miss. What it does is it hits you, and you're just like. You barely felt
So
it.
what was that? How was that?
Oh, man. Yeah, like, really stout.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah?
I'm questioning my, like, faith now.
Man, this stuff is so powerful.
Yeah, sure is.
Jeez, wow.
Does it,
awesome.
anything, I mean, not that I want to feel any more damage after that hurricane of pain, but does it do anything else?
I can keep burning the fucking
Does
charges.
it protect you at all?
By the way, you've now burned 14 charges.
Oh,
I
geez.
know.
Give me one really big one.
I hope we're not fighting anything so I can just recharge these.
In like, it's
Only
gonna be
if you
like 3
use the
days
next
before we get
charges.
him back.
Yeah, we're fine.
Well, does this thing protect you
He
at
just
all?
raised his eyebrow.
I know that I have been critical on on the kind of mansion sequences, but also I said it at the beginning of 72, they need kind of a slow session, and I think that these sequences in the mansion essentially give a lot of freedom and flexibility for them to fuck around a little bit. And have kind of a consequenceless couple of hours, in the fiction. I, for my own personal taste, I like having these sorts of sequences in the actual world where even though they are low stakes, they still can have an amount of consequences. But I think that is 90% a personal preference thing. And I think that both work 100% in the like narrative sense of giving the players a break, giving us a little bit of a kind of a lull before the next big climax and the next big drama. Because we just had several sessions of really high stakes conflict. We've been at a fever pitch for a little bit. They need to blow off some steam. So I'm not, the most riveted by it, but I think it's solid, in campaign pacing.
Yeah, no, that's
no,
it's not
it's a
hard.
damage dealer.
Purely damage. Boys
Don't do any more.
Come on, one
Don't
more.
waste any more,
Don't do any
Marisha.
more.
Don't do it.
You're not there.
You know, I might.
I'm here.
That's why I said Marisha.
How wait? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna save some. I'm gonna save some action. Hang on, wait, real fast, just in case. And I whack him with the staff.
Okay.
Like Rafiki,
Just
that's
melee.
right.
Snaps. All right, go ahead and roll a d20. Add your strength modifier and your proficiency modifier.
My strength and my proficiency.
Yeah.
See, 18.
No.
Wait, 19.
19. What's your AC, Grog?
20.
Whack!
Ow! Ow! Oh, the pain of, what's this thing called? Conflyers! That hurts so much.
Yeah, wow, really?
I feel the reflux, the confly.
Oh, it gave you acid reflux?
Yeah, it's real bad.
Really?
I have to leave because
That's
I feel
good.
like I might toss.
That's good to know.
Yep.
It like induces sickness?
Yeah,
Wow.
I feel like I'm gonna cry too.
Okay, good to know. Good to
so
know.
poorly.
All right.
And I leave holding my forehead and laughing small.
All right, I'm good for now.
All right, and Percy, you're going to the workshop, you said?
Yeah, I'm grabbing the helmets and I'm gonna borrow you.
And now I go.
Okay, so you guys go and do that. In the meantime, both of you find your way to Scanlan's wine room.
I don't know what any of these are. You know what
Pick the one that looks the fanciest.
$54. You are better than that, than I am.
I go to the corner, the highest shelf. I don't fucking know.
Roll for
These are
perception.
probably all like fake wine anyway. I fly up and grab the one on the highest shelf. And
Okay. You grab it, you look at the label. It's a Pinot Noir. And the title of the brand says, Le White Meat.
Oh no, it's chicken wine.
Oh, is it really?
Whatever, let's drink it anyway. It's gonna be disgusting.
Anyway.
Chicken.
There's actually a drink called cocktail, which is brewed in a dead chicken.
Of course you know that.
Yeah.
It's not that.
You would
No, it's regular red wine. It's,
I'm gonna
but
grab
it definitely
it.
is labeled with the chicken on it.
That's funny.
I'm grabbing a random 2-buck chuck next to me on the wall.
Same label. They're all
It's all
the
the fucking
same
same.
wine.
Hey, to Perc'ahlia, the Dragon Slayer.
Fuck yes.
Oh, shite.
Yeah, right, what's
real
up?
Pang. Oh man, I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Is that all you want to say?
No,
I
it's
didn't think
really
so.
not. No.
All
Well,
right.
that's 3 or 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we're all going to live, but I think that collectively we might actually pull it off.
I think we have a good shot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost bit it out there
Yeah,
Yeah.
I noticed.
again.
Yes.
Have a hug.
Scary. I'm glad you're not dead.
Yeah, it's old news. We've done
Yeah.
it before. We'll do it again. Hey, you want to try jumping around with those boots?
Oh, I gave him the grog.
Oh, you have a grog.
Yeah.
You want to try jumping around anyway?
Sure.
Yeah. What can you do? How high can you go?
I jump. It's a jump. It's a normal little jump.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
No reason. I'm procrastinating.
Oh, yeah. So tell me what you're procrastinating about.
How long are you going to torture yourself for?
Oh, you fuck. What? What are you even talking about right now? Do you want to see how high I can jump now? So high. I get on my broom and I just fly up to the ceiling. Look it. I'm so high.
Push out the wings. No, I can't.
Yeah, you want to use it.
Will you come down here and talk to
Fine. Hi.
me? Yeah. What are you doing?
I don't know. What?
You know I've known for a while. It's all over your face. I've known you since you were a baby. I've known for a while.
Okay.
I've almost died.
Yes.
You have died.
Yes.
He died.
Yes.
What are you fucking doing, Vex?
It's just timing, you know? It's all timing.
Timing could have you dead in the ground tomorrow.
This is true.
And you know something? Hey. He leads with this. Not with that.
His collarbone?
Yeah. Fucking smart ass.
Okay.
Maybe he'll surprise you, but I don't know.
I think he isn't thinking that way at all. And honestly,
You're a dummy. I'm the dummy. Why are you such a dummy?
I don't know, darling. It just seems so trivial, doesn't it?
What the fuck do we have in this world except for moments with each other? That's all we've got.
Yeah.
I want you to have some happiness in your life.
I do have happiness.
I want you to have a little more. There's no reason to hold back. Why?
Wouldn't it be so awkward though?
Who cares? You know what's awkward? Life not lived.
Hey, I'm living a life. I've got Trinket. I've got you sometimes when you're not with Keyleth.
Listen, you're my sister, and I love you very much. And I know a lot about you. And I can help you in a lot of ways. Not every way.
I know.
There are facets of you that have nothing to do with me.
Very few.
And we all could be dead in a week. You know that. You know that.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know anything.
I want you to remember that you just said that.
I never forget it. Ever. In the game or out of it. Laura.
Oh, don't.
It's a short life we got. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I won't tell you. Do me a big favor.
Thank you. And I'll try.
And on a side note, he's a little fucked up.
Oh, I know.
And he only listens to you.
Well, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
No.
Who does he listen to?
Keyleth. They're like
Yeah, they
so
enjoy
close.
each other's company. I know that, but yeah, you're really the only one who he listens to. So I need you to. He has impulses. He has impulse control. I have impulse
Yes,
control.
you do.
He has a different kind of impulse
Okay.
control.
You want me to control him then? Get him under my thumb. Bring him to the light just a little bit.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
I take another bottle of wine. And I
I thank you.
am I drunk? Am I at disadvantage now? If I do the whole bottle?
In a minute you will be, yeah.
Grab another bottle.
I think that's fair, Ross. And I think it's interesting to, because Vax is a lot of the time the instigator of these sorts of convos. And I do think that it is interesting to see who he does it with most often. Most often with, I would say, Vex, Keyleth, and Percy. And I think that there is, obviously he has done it with Scanlan and Grog, but much less regularly. And I think that there's definitely a reason for it of like, I think they are similar to you probably. I think that this sort of thing is not necessarily their speed. But I definitely think it is the other three's speed. And I think that he's a good initiator of that. Obviously, he's done it with Scanlan and Grog. He has done... Oh, clearly, Poly Machina. But, yeah. I think it's a good example of how to go about it if that is your speed, including not necessarily how to, but including with not necessarily initiating it as often with people where it's not necessarily their speed. And I think I wrote it down in the notes, but in these slow segments / episodes are also very good for allowing these sorts of things, especially in terms of them not necessarily forcing, but like if you are a player that likes these sorts of things, they are more out of place in a like big planning ep or, you know, a big climax sort of situation. These kind of just small conversations about their feelings and about their relationships. They're much more out of place in those, I think. And so, and even earlier in this sort of sequence, you saw them kind of just like playing around with their magic item. And Grog was very like willing to, not only willing to participate in that, but it seemed like was having a lot of fun. So there is a big positive bent to the entire concept of the slow session, where it might not always be the most interesting, especially like as a viewer, but for the players, it gives them some freedom to more, how do I say it? I guess freely pursue the things that they are into, the things that are more niche, that may be harder to do or perform in a more kind of climactic or more tense or more drama-filled episode, conflict-filled episode. They can kind of pursue their own personal interests in a way that isn't too disruptive. Yeah. It's harder in the higher levels too. Yeah. That's very, very accurate. Yeah. Travel is one of the easiest ways to have those slow moments or those break filled moments. And it definitely becomes harder and to a degree more important at the high levels. Like when everything is kind of coming to a head, coming to a climax, like we're seeing with Thordak and the Chroma Conclave, it becomes harder to just naturally have those slower sessions, for them to just naturally appear. Especially if you're doing a lot of the things that I have espoused, like having, very strict timers. Those slower parts become harder to naturally justify. I think they're still not difficult, I would say, to justify. You just have to be more conscious and I think purposeful about it as a DM. About like allowing the kind of space and energy for that in certain contexts. Because these sorts of scenes really don't take that long in fiction. They only take, probably the total in fiction time of all of this, probably less than an hour. I feel pretty confident about that sort of thing, or about that sort of evaluation. So you just have to find a reason to introduce that. The mansion is a very easy reason of they go in there to sleep, and long rests have an implied 2 hours of wakeful rest where you are not necessarily sleeping, you're keeping watch, you're doing all that sort of stuff. So long rests are the easiest, I think, place to do it. You just have to be mindful about it as a DM, because I think that if you try to do this sort of like these sorts of slower parts on every long rest, they will get repetitive and boring, and you won't always have these sorts of things, because it's just happening too often. Unless I guess you're going with like gritty long rest or something. But kind of timing it, or not necessarily timing it, but like feeling it in your own head as a DM of, we just had a big climactic sequence. Maybe I'll highlight the slow moment in the long rest this session. Especially when you're at higher levels and watches aren't as big of a deal, I'll highlight to my players, hey, you guys have, 6 hours where you're sleeping and 2 hours where you just have to rest. You could talk, you could do some light activity, that sort of thing. Give them that option. And especially with a long rest, it's easy for all of them to just be like, nah, we all go to sleep, if no one has any interest in that sort of thing. Yeah. What example advice do you have for presenting slower talking time when the players are still in a dangerous area but not mid-planning combat? I feel like too much RP talk is shoved into long rest. I think that's fair. As I just went over, I think it's the easiest place to put it because it has that implied slow time. But I also think that it is I think that an amount of like when you highlight it as a DM also sort of comes down to, even if you're in a dangerous area, does it feel like we need a mental rest? Right? Because we've been just like going. They've slept plenty of times in the mansion since, I'd say like since like Do You Spice with Scanlan. I think since Onkarel. Basically the moment that they went to Glintshore and beyond. I think we've been in a pretty like high drama, high conflict sort of sequence. And they've slept in the mansion since then. And they've had a couple of interactions in the mansion. But both Matt and Liam, to an extent, have not chosen to really highlight that sort of restful, we can do whatever we want, those moments, right? Because they were in the middle of that big conflict, big drama, big planning. And now that we're out of that, we're on kind of the downswing. That time has always been there in the long rest. It's just that now, as a DM, the narrative kind of wave has, gone up in the rising action, had the nice conflict climax, and then we've gotten the falling action of the looting at the beginning of this, and now we can have, during this restful period, it makes more sense to, like, highlight it as a DM during the long rest of, like, you guys can talk, you guys can chat, you have a little bit of spare time. Because it always exists. It's just kind of whether or not you highlight it. I think alternatives are definitely travel sequences. And any time where something is, where we're going to get like an abstracted work sequence. So when they talked about Keyleth potentially burning out the ship over the course of 24 hours, if everyone gets kind of jobs that they're going to do, you can essentially treat that as like a 24-hour sort of downtime of everyone's going to be performing their tasks over this 24 hours to get that ship out of the ice. And then as a DM, you can say, okay, great. We have everyone's like work jobs over the course of that 24 hours. You're going to be taking some breaks here and there. Is there any, you can say it very directly to the players of like, do you have any conversations, any role playing that you want to do during that time? As long as it's not something that would take a substantial amount of your time, less than 20 minutes. We can just assume that it happens during this 24-hour period. So I think that's, and that goes for, excavating ruins, working on like breaking down a barrier, a wall, a door, anything that's going to take a long period of time where a 5-minute conversation can essentially be hand-waved as like an insubstantial part of that time. Any of those, and those are things that you can both just try to highlight naturally when they happen as a DM, or theoretically try to purposefully work in. Like if you know that they're going to have a boss battle, like Vorugal, you could hide Vorugal's treasure within this big block of ice that they will need to take a long time to excavate. So you can sort of build those into the encounters of, okay, big time sink right after the boss. You don't necessarily know as a DM that that'll fit narratively. It could, the way that they approach it could change. And then maybe, if you don't feel like a break is warranted, just because of how things flowed out, you can always just, go through the sort of downtime or the 24 hours without highlighting the potential for roleplay. That's, it's kind of, you can build those things into the world, but then it's ultimately kind of within your power how much you highlight them and bring them to the front of the players' minds. And you might highlight it and think that it's a very appropriate time as a DM, and then none of your players bite. And you just move on. That's it. It might be a slightly, not necessarily awkward, but like a slightly, untense section of like you offer it to them and then no one takes it. But then you move on, you just try. Yeah. This is the meat and potatoes of both CR and how I enjoy TTRPGs, the RP. Yeah. And I think that the ratio of how much people like the game as opposed to the role playing, that ratio is system dependent. It's player dependent. That's very much teach their own. Yeah. Yeah. It's only when Liam is part of the talk, his flavor of sincere, intimate RP feels weird to me. I can see that. It's very much like a character might just not vibe with you specifically. I think that's like, whenever I hear someone that like I think this sort of expression comes out a lot in the push against like, oh, Marisha got singled out because of misogyny sort of conversations of, no, I just didn't like Keyleth. I didn't like the character, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that is a fair thing. Like, you might just not like any of the specific characters. Like, I think that fair, I don't even want to say argument, but like fair opinion gets misused a lot and just like used as an excuse during the broad Marisha conversations. But I do think that separated from those conversations, it's very fair to just not particularly like their brand of RP. Like there were plenty of people that found Scanlan funny during the earlier eps when I just did not. And that is, that's totally that's totally an opinion thing. Yeah. Yeah. Long rest isn't all sleep. You've built in mini downtime, what you all do before you sleep. Yeah, absolutely. And like part of it, I think, is practical. They need to build in the expectations that people can keep watches. But you can totally use that practicality towards your RP. Yeah. Called Kibble's Camp Actions. Ooh, that sounds fun. I like that. A wine area is not pretentious. It's in horrible taste, very nouveau riche. You do need to aerate wine, but you do that by opening the bottle 20 minutes before you drink it. Anything else is just barbaric. That does sound like a French or Italian person. I can hear it. I can hear it. I don't even necessarily think that like being more expensive is pretentious. It's just like I would never want to. It's the same reason that I a lot of times don't drink wine out of a vessel. It's just because I don't want to do a dish. I don't want to have to clean the aerator afterward. Yeah. It's fine to dislike a character, but if you're constantly talking about harassing Marisha over it, then it's not just dislike. Yeah, absolutely. Like expressing in a stream where we're talking about their characters and just being like, oh, this is like a particular thing that I don't like. That's super chill. But reaching out to someone on Twitter repeatedly, even if it was Liam, if it was anyone on the cast, that's not cool. For a whole litany of reasons, and then it starts to get more complicated or not more complicated, but there starts to be a separate conversation when a higher magnitude of that, is directed at one particular person. But yeah, expressing like, oh, I just don't really like this person's brand of RP or that, when we're here talking about all of those sorts of things, when it's essentially in context, is super duper fair. Yeah. About whether something is pretentious or not, and I have thoughts about the definition of the word. It's definitely not just expensive. That's very, very fair. Yeah. Most people are going to mention it offhand and leave it alone. People generally would rather talk about things they like. Ooh. I don't know if I agree that people generally talk about the things that they like. I think that it's better if they do. Like, I think that that's like a better thing for society. There's a Tim Minchin video of him giving an address or a graduation, a commencement speech at a college. And one of his points during the speech is, don't just be anti stuff, be pro stuff. Like, don't define yourself as not liking country. Be like, I am a metal fan, or I like pop. Rather than I don't like country, or I like all music except for pop. I think that is a like better mindset broadly as a human. And maybe it's that the internet brings out more of that negativity than like an in-person conversation. But I definitely find myself getting caught in that trap of being like anti stuff. And ever since I heard that commencement speech, I think was like 4 or 5 years ago that I heard it, I've really tried to focus on being in favor of things. I'm still against certain things, absolutely. But I've definitely tried to focus mentally on liking things or being pro stuff. Obviously, on this show, I still talk all the time about things I don't like. It's not something I try that hard to avoid, but I just really, really try to heavily vocalize when I like things as well, which I think people on this stream and in this chat are generally pretty good at. I think like the opinions that are expressed are broadly pretty balanced in terms of I don't like this, I really like this. Which I think is a good way to be. Yeah. Yeah. If you like to rant from time to time, it's cathartic. Yeah. That's also true. Most people don't rant for very long. They don't rant repeatedly. Yeah. Anyways.
All right.
Glug, glug, glug. Well, all right.
I want to go see some fireballs get shot. I'll see you later.
Okay, have fun.
Woo!
As Vax sloppily leaves the room, you're kind of left in quiet by yourself with your.
I pop Trinket out, cast Speak with Animals, and have a nice, fun conversation with him.
Okay. All right. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here. We'll come back here in just a minute.
Oh, we haven't done shit.
Yeah. That's not true. You've discussed the spoils from your last major
This is true, see?
story bit. So we'll be back here in a few minutes. We're gonna go ahead and take a restroom break.
All right. Taking a restroom break. Boop, boop, boo, boop, boo, doo, boo. I didn't think the best in people. Oh. I wish I was like that. Truly. I don't mean that in any sort of negative way. Like I truly I've actively tried to start giving people more like benefit of the doubt and like seeing the best in people, because I do truly think that it is a more
Stay tuned and we'll see you in a minute.
God damn it. That was supposed to not do that. What the fuck? I truly think that it's a better and like healthier way to live. I think that consistent pessimism or like not thinking the best in people is truly a worse way to live. I think it is worse for your mental state. Yeah. Yeah. Then again, I feel like that's the nature of growing up and having healthier convos about things we dislike. I mean, healthier conversating in general, I think is definitely going to give you a better view on people. Yeah. Timestamp for after the break. But yeah, I definitely I used to be much more on the not Plato's razor, not Occam's razor. What is it? It's like it's something along the lines of like misunderstanding or don't assume maliciousness when you can assume stupidity instead. Like I used to be very on that wave, and I have tried to build in much more of like Hanlon's. Yes. Hanlon's razor. I used to, consider incompetence or stupidity over malice, which like, I do think that is fair. I think people are rarely malicious, truly. Like sometimes it does happen, but I think it's much more rare than it seems, or than people maybe give it credit for. But I also think that sets up a very bad us versus them mentality. And so I try to add in and like a way that I've tried to get more like empathetic, intellectually, like as an intellectual pursuit, try to get more empathetic is why assume malice when you could assume incompetence or stupidity, and why assume incompetence or stupidity when you could just assume misunderstanding or different assumptions. Like, I think there's so much of that appears malicious, appears in bad faith, when it is truly two well-intentioned people just coming in with different assumptions about the situation. And that has made me progressively be able to assume more out of like assume better out of people. Before I worked that into my thinking, I definitely tended to assume not the worst, but worse about other people. But when I started trying to work in just it's possible that there is just misunderstanding here, that has allowed me to more consistently assume the best or better in people. Yeah. The only thing I dislike about Hanlon's razor is that it can give malicious people a thing to hide behind. But no quip is perfect. I can't expect it to worse. Yeah. It's just like a fallback heuristic. It definitely cannot be implied in all. Yeah. I like to believe in the best until. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I think that is like proven otherwise. Yeah. I think that's a truly healthier way to live. I think you're going to have less stress, less anger, and stress and anger are both incredibly bad for your physical and mental health. So I think that is truly just a better way to live. Yeah. Anyways, back to it. We've got 51 minutes left in CR. And it seems like we are kind of approaching the end of the break. So we'll see if they address the elephant in the room. I don't know if they will.
Barrage of delightful phrases that were just shouted at me. Great.
Love you, Matt.
Love you too, guys. I do want to say real fast that our wonderful Kiki Day, who made a number of other messages to deliver.
Yes.
Did deliver, made Fenthras, made Inspire Complex, which you can see on Marisha's Twitter right now.
Geekins under Twitter.
Geekins under Twitter, as well as making me a belt buckle that I'm going to be wearing at BlizzCon.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
That's a badass motherfucking belt.
Same.
Spire of Conflict.
Go ahead and wear myself a tucked-in shirt.
Oh, shit.
All right. Anyway, so let's get into the game. So you guys finishing those scenes, taking a short rest. You roll your hit dice to heal up a bit.
Yep.
What more do you wish to accomplish? What's your next plan of action, Vox Machina?
I say we pack all of our things and raid a ship.
And then head back to Whitestone.
And then head back to Whitestone.
Oh, no, we're fine in here.
Are we?
Are we?
Do you want to rest before we do that?
I say we have
We have to rest. We're
A
all
little tired.
severely injured.
we take some of us. Yeah.
Some of us.
I say we take a night. We hit the ship and then head home.
It's good wine.
Oh, he's drunk.
You guys got into the water.
That's wrong.
Did you aerate it first?
How'd you do that?
You can. If you don't have an aerator, you can just put it in a mason jar and just
do
shake it
that.
up a bit.
We
Just
didn't
drank
do
it
that.
out of the bottle.
Well, that's just
It's good.
pedestrian, really.
You had so many.
Put some ice in it. Keep it cold.
Are we still melting a mask
We
to a
we
helmet?
did. We had a little bit of metallurgy to do.
Yeah, I
Make
use
a tinkering check. And this is going to be. I'll make a.
With
I help him with my heat metal spell, like a soldering iron, you know?
metal damage.
Okay. Then yeah. Then that being the case, it's going to help with the metal's pliability. Go ahead and make your regular dex based.
regular deck base. All right.
Make it strength based for the. That'll put the heat metal is helping you with that.
All right.
Big money.
Dude, I've never thought about this before. This is a fresh, hot off the presses thought. But what just happened right there? Because I've always been relatively neutral on Artificer being a spellcaster. I've always been relatively neutral on that fact. I've understood arguments that they should be more of a martial, just with these magic items. I've seen some arguments that they should be more of a caster, more like a wizard, maybe even a subclass of the wizard. But that right there actually, to me, is a good example of why they probably should be a half caster with consistently prepared spells from their subclass, sort of like cleric gets all those spells from their subclass. Because I've often taught we've often talked about all of Percy's inventions and how real life physics shouldn't be applied to D&D, et cetera, et cetera. They don't have the things that we have in terms of technology, but they also do have magic, and magic can overcome quite a few of those technological barriers in terms of making things that appear more like modern technology with relatively reduced quality tools and reduced quality resources, right? They're like raw resources. Magic can overcome a lot of that. And so this is the first time where I'm like, oh, I think it's very appropriate for Artificer to be a half caster. so that they have inbuilt access to magic as an extension of their technological tools and prowess. Yeah. Hot off the presses thought.
That's 26.
26, yeah, without an issue. You managed to apply the mask onto the back of the helmet after looking at some brief glances at the shape of Grog's head, making sure that it itself has sort of a hinge, so if he leans forward, it doesn't restrict or press into the back.
Right.
And then he looks up. So yeah, it is a functional back mask onto his delightful pointed helmet.
I've also carved in Elven in the inside. Kick me. So
on the inside of the mask?
Yep.
Alrighty.
So it's there.
It's magnificent.
I think so.
Shall we present it to him?
Yes, let's.
I feel like we should go at this with a little bit of theatricality.
All right.
Just because it's so much fun to fuck with Grog.
I know.
All right, how do you want to do this?
I don't know.
Oh. I turn into an elephant. Get on my back.
Did you say that before turning into?
Yes, I do. Get on my back.
All right. God sakes, Max, stop aerating more wine. You've had enough. You've had enough. All right.
Sam is so over it.
No, never. Okay.
All right, Percy's on my back, and I'm an elephant holding the mask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we go to find Grog.
Well, first you get to the doorway of the workshop.
It's a temporary fucking mansion. I bust through.
Oh, Jesus.
Make a strength check.
Yes.
I don't know how to. I don't know. Will you put this in dice shell for me? Dice shell.
What'd you roll?
I don't know. What do I roll for
Look at that. You add your strength modifier as an elephant.
Well, I don't know what the elephant stats are.
Well, I'm gonna find it right now. I'm gonna find for you what an elephant stats are. I'm gonna go look
But
it
I
up
rolled
for
a
you.
2.
You rolled a what? A 2?
Yeah,
It's not gonna work.
So
I'm a fucking elephant, and it's a door.
it's plus
Still
6.
1 point
It's a
above
strength of
failure.
22 because it's a goddamn elephant.
Whoa.
Plus 6. It's 8. It lurches ever so slightly, but that is a very strong doorway. It's almost like the arcane nature of Scanlan's magic
Can I
makes
try
it
again?
You hit it again, make another strength check.
Nice. That's much better. 16 total.
16. It causes some of the plaster to crack. Doesn't go that much further, but you're starting to get a serious headache.
Are we hearing this? Are we hearing like a massive?
You're starting to hear now this low general slamming sound in the mansion.
Do you hear that?
I'm not committed to this.
Okay, that's actually interesting. I was just about to say that this is the sort of thing that I wouldn't generally roll for or have the player roll for. I would just do it because this is a situation where the traditional cost of failing a physical roll of it taking time is not very accessible. Like, the time it takes doesn't really matter in this context. I am glad. I still probably wouldn't have a roll for it, but I am glad that if Matt is going to have her roll for it, he is building in a consequence to the failures of you have failed twice, you are starting to develop a headache. Now, whether or not that actually, develops a mechanical consequence, I think is kind of neither here nor there. I think there needs to be some sort of consequence, whether it's mechanical or narrative, for failures on a roll, whether that is wasting time or other stuff. So this is more in line with, like, if you tried to jump a gap with, like, falling into the gap, right? It's not that you just need more time to cross that gap. It is that retrying it potentially puts you in a worse situation. So while I wouldn't have her roll for it, I think it's a little bit of a waste of time. I am glad that at least if he is still building in consequences. I think that is, if he wasn't, I would say it's bad. Since he is building in a manner of consequence, I think it's just stylistic. It's something that I personally don't like, but I don't think is, like, poor DMing in any way. Doors. Why is prepping spells a good mechanic? I think it's more fun guessing what spells would be needed than having access to the correct one at the right clutch moment. I don't necessarily think that prepping spells in general is a good mechanic. If I implied that is not what I meant. I like subclasses giving a subsection of constantly prepared spells. It's a kind of a general design direction that they moved in more towards like the Tasha's era, where like if you look at like Aberrant Mind, Sorcerer, or Clockwork, they both get like a sub list of spells that no matter what other spells they have, no matter if their other spells are known or prepared or what have you, they have a list of just because you are this subclass, you constantly have these spells. And I think that that is a solid way to theme a subclass. I think it's a good way to reinforce themings if the spell list is curated correctly or well. I think that specifically is a good way to reinforce the theming of the subclass. Now, broadly preparing versus known, that's a whole other discussion. That's a whole other can of worms, I think. Yeah, I think a check for this should be more about how much damage she does while busting through, not can she bust through at all. I think that's also very fair. Yeah. Of like she succeeds in busting through no matter what, but she might take a bit of damage in doing so. I think that's totally fair. And in that case, it would just be like, a singular roll. But yeah.
I do. It doesn't sound right.
Should we go find
One more
him?
time.
I pull out Mythcarver and run down the stairs.
Oh, good action. I'll follow him.
Another strength check. Hey.
I'm getting better with each time. 19.
19. The door gets knocked partially off of its hinges, and the frame itself is now slightly bent forward. The wood is splintered, and the stone has more cracks into it.
This is
And
fine.
The headache is now pounding.
I should have thought about this.
You guys
I
hear
can't
another
understand
even
you.
louder slam this time. As you rush down to the outside of Percy's workshop, you see what looks to be some kind of crazed, large shifting gray movement of some creature on the other side of the doorway.
Scanlan, is this one yours?
No, it's definitely an intruder.
Then we fucking kill it. Then we race forward and attack.
All right, both of you guys roll.
Wait, is Percy on? Still right?
I don't see Percy.
Okay.
Just like,
Am I aware of this happening
no,
bitches.
at all? I don't see them at all.
no, because you're inside the.
It's also interesting, I think, this specific interaction compared to what we were talking about with like Vax and like who gets involved a lot of times in the RP, in like Vax's RP, like who does he bring in most often? It's funny that Scanlan and Grog immediately lock on to this RP, whereas Taliesin, someone who is very directly involved, is a little bit more like, laissez-faire about it. Like, I don't want to say not paying attention, but like, less involved, let's say. And the twins have basically said nothing during the whole elephant in the room situation. So I think it's a good example of, even from an RP perspective, the different types of RP that different players sort of latch onto, regardless of how directly involved they might be in the situation from the start. Yeah.
Workshop, and you're above the door frame she's slamming into.
23.
23.
1.
So Scanlan, you go running with Mythcarver in the air, and as you go to strike, Grog shoves you out of the way. In the middle of his angry grab, you just go skidding across the ground. Mythcarver kind of spinning out of your grasp across the floor. Are you making a single attack, or are you doing a full round of attacks on this beast?
This is a giant beast. I'm giving it what for.
So roll another attack. Are you raging?
No, not really.
Okay.
24.
Okay, both hit. Go ahead and roll damage on both attacks. Non-rage damage.
No, this will go with it. Go with it.
20 points, 4 points of necrotic.
Okay.
I don't get lightly.
Elephant's gonna die.
16. 22 points of damage.
So you take 42 points of damage from your maximum of 76 hit points as an elephant. As all of a sudden, with a little bit of vision you have to the pounding headache, you glance through just in time to see Grog's form just run up and just slam his axe into you twice.
How much damage?
42.
I don't know. What's my form?
76.
I fucking headbutt him. I'm gonna gorge him. Let's go.
Gonna gorge
Let's
him?
go.
Okay.
Careful, Grog, it has some protection magic on it. It threw me across the room.
All right, Marisha,
Yeah.
I would like you to roll for a gore attack against Grog.
This is ridiculous. What do I add? I don't have
Plus
stats.
8.
Letting off steam
18.
after the dragon.
18.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that hits you. So you go ahead and try and gore Grog, and Grog just ducks right beneath
Do I knock
the
down
two
the
giant
doorway
ivory
a little
horns. Make a strength check.
Oh, okay, 20 total.
20. With that, as you duck below, the elephant slams through the archway, sending stone and pieces of wood flying, and stumbles past you. Actually, kind of, as you duck down to try and avoid the attack, you go underneath the elephant as it begins to stomp over you into the room. You see this as you spin around. The elephant just bursts in. It is very much an elephant you can see now, with Percy on top, being dragged through the rubble.
I'm thankfully wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
It's got Percival!
Roll off, Percy!
Oh, help, please.
Like so weak you can barely speak.
We must kill
We
this
must
elephant.
destroy this beast.
Scanlan and Grog, what are you doing?
Come on, buddy.
We gotta kill this thing.
Yeah, you go. Come on.
I will throw one of fireballs at it.
How many charges does it have left?
Oh, plenty. I've only used 1 of 7.
But each time you use, okay. Okay. Not quite how it works, I don't think.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Just look at the shirt, Matt. Just look at the shirt.
Right. One charge, the little spell. I misunderstood. All right, so yeah. So you launch a fireball. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
I mean, more of what I'm highlighting, Sarah and Crazy, is the twins aren't directly involved from the start. Percy / Taliesin has been directly involved the whole time and is barely interacting with it. Which, is also, played for comedy, played for jokes. But I still think it's sort of indicative of maybe the different types of RP that these players more naturally enjoy. Yeah.
Need
What is the damage? It's 86. Got it.
86. Keyleth, I need you to roll a d20 -1.
Don't fuck me, Gil. Roll your die. A d20 -1?
Yeah.
6 total.
Okay.
God damn it,
Percy,
Gil.
I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
Now we're like,
What is that? 26.
That's not bad. That's 18.
Okay. What was the damage you said?
26.
Question. I'm
You
still
can
wearing.
roll. Okay, not with advantage.
I'm still wearing my cloak, so do they get disadvantage?
Roll 20.
Yes.
Do they get disadvantage on attacks against me? Because I'm in the cloak of
You're
displacement.
an elephant, though.
An elephant in a cloak.
But whenever I reshape, I absorb my items.
Yeah, the items. That would have been something to mention earlier. So currently,
Mention it right now.
so going forward, the attacks will have a disadvantage, but you have to remember that for it to have an effect.
But they're just not rolling.
Well, he hasn't attacked yet. They're rolling. He's rolling to try because the fireball just blew up in his face.
I got a natural 20, so I'm good.
Okay, so that's half damage to you. So you said it was 26 damage?
26.
So 13 points of fire damage to Percy and to Grog, and a full 26 points of fire damage to you. That puts you at a total of
I don't know.
42
60.
plus 26.
I'm still up.
So 68, you're still up. The elephant is now stored.
I will say, it would be a conversation I would have to have with my players. I cannot see... My instincts are that my players would not enjoy... Well, actually, I'll put it this way. I think my players would be pretty neutral on what I would call a skill check combat as opposed to a fully played out combat. And because I think that they, when it comes to PvP, silly RP PvP, I think they'd be pretty neutral on which they would enjoy more of just a combat that is handled with a couple of skill check-esque rolls or is just handled entirely in RP versus a combat with all of the damage and the 2 hits and all that. I think they'd be pretty neutral on it. And when that is the case, when the players would be pretty neutral on it, I think it should... I am heavily in favor of either just skill checking it or just straight up RPing it and letting them take full reins. I mean, I've said at my tables, any sort of PvP action, I try to leave firmly in the land of RP. So now, I think there's a possibility that they are more in favor of this. I would still need to have a conversation with my players about okay, how much more in favor are you? And just lay it out for them, of if we go through the whole thing, it's gonna take a while. No matter what, D&D combat it takes a while. And we could really shorten it. Now, if they're comparing it in their heads and they're saying, we would like the RP combat at a 3, and we'd like the full drawn out PvP at a 7, maybe that's worth it. Maybe they will determine that it is worth the extra time spent because they have so much more fun with it and they like that so much more. And if that's the case, that's fair. But my instincts would not be to start there. And if this becomes a recurring thing, talk to them about it before going this direction. I could see the Critical Role people, or the Critical Role players, maybe liking this more, though, especially Travis.
storming through the center of the. Hold on, I have to go to battle music for this now.
Where's your battle map?
Storming through the center of the foyer. Is now spinning around. Flames explode, engulfing Percy, engulfing Grog. The elephant is now just covered in blood and scrapes. That finishes your go. Grog, you're up.
Before I'm done, I'm gonna inspire Grog.
Yes.
And say, Grog, remember, they never forget.
Oh my god.
Take a deep inspiration.
Thank you. I'll take 2 shots at the elephant's arse.
Okay.
That's a 1.
With disadvantage.
Oh, well, that's a 1.
I know. Okay, so second attack.
And that's a 2.
Wow. Go.
So as you go,
we die, by the way.
this time.
Oh,
Wait,
I
it's
do
not
have
2,
to
yeah.
So the second one was 16, the first one was 15.
Well,
It still hits.
The 60. Oh,
You rolled a 2 and it still hits.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's AC 12, it's very big and easy to hit. So go ahead and roll damage on the next.
What a joy.
Not hard to hit an elephant.
Can we also say that the 2 winos have come down?
Yeah, we're just
to
staring
watch
from the
it?
top of the stairs
Yeah,
and all
just
that
watching
happens.
this happen.
The first one is 20 with 4 points of necrotic.
We only hit with 1.
Oh, that's right.
Natural. So how much is that? 20 points?
Yeah, 20.
Okay, so that you would have been. So you take Keyleth, you yourself take 12 points of damage.
Yeah.
As your axe
elephant?
swings through and slams on the elephant elephant's form suddenly vanishes as your axe cleaves through Keyleth just a little bit, causing her to like fall back and kind of catch herself.
Percy's still on her back, like
In a second, Percy goes on the ground next to you.
Percy, you've been riding Rashon. Die, evil witch!
Grog!
What?
Keyleth. Oh, Grog, thank you! That elephant ate me! You saved me!
I did.
You did!
You did.
Man, sometimes I don't know if you guys would live without me. I'm really glad I'm around sometimes.
I can't imagine it. I legitimately cannot imagine it.
Oh, is that my helmet?
Hey! Frederick Stein, the science guy. Nice job. Look at that. It's beautiful.
The elephant ate this too!
It's Dr. Frederick Stein, please.
Is there poo on it?
Stein.
No, it's okay.
It's clean. It's perfectly reasonable.
Ooh, the mask's on the back. Here it comes. Did you write on the inside like
It
I
is
said?
engraved in Elven on the inside. It's lovely.
It looks like, writing.
It is.
What's it?
It's your title, sir.
What, is that?
Oh, that
language?
reads, that's Elvish?
Oh, it's Elvish.
It is.
Right, so not everybody knows like,
No,
what my
it's
title
meant,
is.
meant to be secret.
Very
That's
smart,
very
very
smart.
smart.
What was the
Did you see my
title
title?
I did, it's impressive.
Yeah.
I wrote it down.
Did you? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be handy.
Yes.
I will put on the new mask/horn helmet.
I don't know.
It feels impressive.
Does it?
Yeah.
Actually, because now the mask is facing the back, right?
Yes.
Can I fucking turn it around and put the mask on the front with the horn sticking out the back like a big Nike swoosh?
You can. It's not as comfortable, but it definitely feels badass.
I don't feel like this is the best thing I
Really good.
You sound very
so
intimidating.
cool.
Okay.
Got polymorphed into De Niro.
Oh my god.
I feel like I'm gonna have to write some house rules from now on.
It'd be good to have a list of things to ignore, I agree.
You need some of those blue guys with an aerator at all times down in those cellars. Blue Man Group? What are your blue guys? The blue guys that disappear all over
My
the place.
hundreds of.
There was nobody
There's
to-
no guys here.
There was
They're all-
nobody to-
They're all female servants. I don't know how many times I need to say this.
Well, nobody farted in our wine tonight. We had to drink a regular.
I'm sorry for your loss because it's really excellent once you let it breathe and open up.
It's pretty good right now.
Well, now that I've got my helmet, are we going down to the ship?
I propose that we have an evening's rest in the morning.
We should go now.
No. You need to rest.
Oh, no, I think we need an evening's
I have
rest.
25 hit points. I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, Pike is resting because she was hurt quite badly.
Yeah, but did you see her fun buns, though? I did those.
I didn't.
You did her fun buns.
Yeah, I put little fun buns.
Oh, okay.
What
That's
did you
good.
think I meant?
I didn't think anything. I'm going.
What else does fun buns mean except for little cute little airballs on the top of the head?
I'll give you a book later.
You have a book.
I have a few. In the library.
All right.
Oh gosh, neither Vax nor Liam knew there was anything other than little cute air buns. What is a fun bun besides a fun bun?
That's Logan.
Yeah, that's welcome.
Guys, we've got to find Larkin.
Let's get some sleep.
Okay. All right. So you guys take your long rest. You regain your spells. You're all full hit points. You regain half of your hit dice back. Your max hit dice. So if you spent more than half of your hit dice, you stole.
Do we keep our hit dice from our heroes feast if we never got rid of them? Or are they gone?
No, by the time you wake up,
What the fuck was that? Was that in the show? Did you guys hear that? Am I going insane? There was a loud like the robots are taking over. Ah! That freaked me out.
be gone probably.
Can you use hit? Never mind.
When they wake up in the morning, Vax has a bill under his door for 3 bottles of wine. And Vex for 1 bottle. And Keyleth for a construction bill of 5,000 gold pieces.
I probably scam.
I
I throw it away.
rip the fuck out of my bill.
Yes, I think it's a scam and I throw it away.
Okay.
I've never heard it in the episodes. Wait, that was on my computer, but not in here? Oh, wait, what?
Let's get some sleep.
Okay. All right. So you guys take your long rest. You regain your spells. You're all full hit points. You regain half of your hit dice back. Your max hit dice. So if you spent more than half of your hit dice, you stole.
Do we keep our
It was in the episode, you liar. Oh my god, I was like, what on my computer would have made that? That was in the episode. Woo! That freaked me out.
hit dice from our heroes feast if we never got rid of them? Or are they gone?
No, by the time you wake up, they'd be gone probably.
Can you use hit? Never mind.
When they wake up in the morning, Vax has a bill under his door for 3 bottles of wine. And Vex for 1 bottle. And Keyleth for a construction bill of 5,000 gold pieces.
I probably scam.
I
I throw it away.
rip the fuck out of my bill.
Yes, I think it's a scam and I throw it away.
Okay.
It is a scam.
All right. well rested, a fresher day. The mansion growing fairly close to probably expending the rest of its magic. What do you guys do?
Let's pack our things, head down, take a look at that pirate ship, then head home. Yeah, that ship. I don't know if there's pirates involved, but I'm very excited now.
So wait, do we need things? How far under ice is it?
Probably a bit. Having the ability to melt some ice would probably be helpful. Also, we're going to have to do the tree teleport, and possibly you'll want to deal with reforestation of some kind.
Reforestation. Oh, sure, because the ice age kind of wiped out.
We have to sort of go out like Captain EO. It's going to be a thing.
Yeah.
Just throwing this out there, is there anything to gain by going up to the dragon lair and communicating with Thordak? Is there anything we want to say to him?
No.
Misdirection, taunting,
So,
anything.
You can find us at the Glint Shore.
We don't even want to take an hour for me to slip this on and go see if there's anything of value.
Up in the lair?
Yeah.
Well,
You can do that while we look at the ship if you think
I think
it's
that's not a
safe.
bad idea.
But don't go alone.
If there's a
'cause
problem,
you can
we'll-
still get hit with traps.
But I can look for those. I do like buddies to go. Do you need to go to the boat?
It's all in the same place.
Yeah, it's all in the same
Watch.
place.
I can hover above you or something.
Yeah, let's jauntily head over.
Yeah.
Sure.
If there's a problem, we can call the others. We won't be that far away.
All right. I slip Whisper into my pack and I put this ring on.
Precious.
Right, so you have to
Wait,
attune to
hold on. I
that.
can't even. Nasty. Thank you.
Nasty one.
Nasty one, yeah.
She's a nasty woman.
Oh, I may need to write it down later.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, great. So you guys have put yourself together. Kima and Pike join you downstairs in the foyer. You make your way back out into the ravine just as the magic of the mansion fades. There you can see most of the dragon bones picked entirely off of the corpse of Oragal, except for the ribcage still remaining as a landmark of the battle that took place, with a central tree still sprouting from the top of it. You can
Any bigger?
no, it's the magic of Fenris basically creates that tree and it stays that size as it sprouts. Who knows if over time it may grow? You haven't had time to really tell.
Just got topped. It's really.
Yeah. You guys make your way.
You were an artist.
It's quite lovely, isn't
It's
it?
amazing. Yeah.
exceptional.
I appreciate this.
You're welcome. I did it for you.
Certainly adds something, doesn't it, to the whole valley?
It does.
It's quite nice.
Yeah, green.
Yes.
The weather has cleared up. There are breaks in the clouds. It's still mostly cloud cover, but you do see glimpses of blue sky here and there. Still cold. You still see your breath out in the air. But the temperature does feel slightly warmer than it was the day before. You begin to walk down to the ravine center on the north side of the ravine where Vorgal's lair once resided. You can see hundreds of footprints up and down through the snow through the ravine. Looks like there's been a lot of foot traffic to and from while you guys are resting. You make your way to the ice throne of Vorgal, and you see a portion of it has collapsed inward. But you also see a lot of foot traffic around. Most of the ice spires that remained up there have been broken. The remaining draconian corpses that were adorning them have been taken down, aren't in visual sight. And you can see there are a few remaining dragonborn Ravenites that are kind of stepping in and out of the cavern-like chamber that you largely punched through, and they continue to excavate into through the night. So,
If you could let them know that we're going to make one last venture into the ship, and then we'll be on our way.
I walk up to one of the guys going in and say in Draconic, have you unearthed the giant ship yet?
he looks for a second and says, "It does not. There's nothing for us. But we've worked around it." And he points down. You can see the portion of it that has collapsed, kind of filled in part of the side. It's been kind of, shoveled out in large chunks of ice that are kind of sitting outside of this cavern area. Parts of the ship have been moved around. It looks like it's been somewhat damaged, and it's not a full ship. It's a large portion of a ship. It looks like in whatever battle or attack that Vorgal took the ship, it destroyed a large portion of it in doing so, and took the rest of it with it in pieces. And it is a very pretty ship. It looks like it may have been the jewel of a navy somewhere. And here it resides. However, it does appear to be like the ship has seen many moons since it was originally taken, if that makes any sense. Like, it wasn't something that was brought directly here. It looks like almost a keepsake that Vorgal has moved from layer to layer.
Oh, that's legit.
It has some sort of sentimental value.
Oh, wow. It had some engraving on it. You speak a lot of languages, right?
I speak a couple languages. I read a couple.
What is it? What's it familiar?
Does it look familiar?
What languages do you know?
Celestial, Elven, Common.
Sylvan, Primordial, Druidic, Elven.
Giant, common.
Gnomish. That's it.
You don't even know common. No one's understood you this entire game.
Pike speaks Dwarvish.
Pike does pick up on it. It is Dwarvish text.
I speak Dwarvish, but I can't read.
That is a problem.
I have a belt. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is right. And Pike takes a look and begins reading around it. And it's the name of the ship across the mast. It was the Flowbreaker.
Flowbreaker.
This ship appears to have been, at least in some way, shape, or form, designed as a means of traveling through through very far north icy regions, meant to break through elements of heavy glacier flows and such. And the construction of it, as you get closer to the actual bit of the ship that is there, you can see it's very heavily reinforced with metal and has a very rigid structure to it. The fine scrolling that you saw before, some scrolling, it looks to be partially filled with ice at times. As soon as it kind of like broke away, you could see it's actually more of a harsh dwarvish runic writing to it. But the ship has definitely seen a lot of wear and tear. That's about as much as you can make out of it.
Can we get inside of it? Is there anything to see inside of it?
You can attempt to climb inside if you want to. You might have to be
Closed right now.
just like the top of the deck and where the mast connects. The mast is still, the upper portion of it is still frozen into the upper part of the throne. There is no entrance immediately visible, but you can break through some more ice or try and break through the actual deck to get below.
Yeah. I cast a flaming sphere.
Okay. The flame ball begins to roll on the bridge of the ship.
Where does there look like the most convenient entrance with ice and stuff?
Maybe like 4 feet away from where the ice begins, you can see there is one broken portion of the ship deck, maybe about a 3 foot, 4 foot hole that you can begin to melt towards if you want
All right,
to.
I'm going to concentrate my flaming sphere on that and start melting it.
Okay. It's taking a while. About, how long does the spell last?
A minute, I think.
Fast here. Oh. All right, flaming sphere. Up to a minute. Yeah, the spell expires the minute done, and you've managed to melt maybe 3 inches into the ice.
Well,
And how
go
much
punch
is it?
it.
About 4 feet of ice.
Oh, fuck that.
Punch it.
No, we can, yeah.
Got it.
back.
And I start going Rocky ribcage on this big piece of meat.
Okay. Make a strength check.
20.
Kill it, bag. 21.
21. She just continues to punch and punch and punch with each one. You see the ice kind of crack, pieces of it break away. You get quite a ways to punching through the towards the direction that you were currently melting before a lot of the ice crumbles and falls in and almost kind of buries you for a second, but you start knocking it away and you kind of pull yourself out of it as you do, scooping the shards that now kind of occupy the space you were and get out of the way.
Cast a gust cantrip.
Yeah, we've talked about this off and on throughout this 72 episode, but so I won't talk too verbosely about it. But I do think this is another good example of kind of this mini downtime that we've been talking about. Of like, okay, so everyone is dedicating to try and get this ship out. What are all of you doing to pursue that goal? We're gonna make a group check, and I will set a DC. If you want, as a DM, set a DC for each activity individually. If you want, you can have them all do different checks. You can have them just do straight D20 rolls and set it at like a 15 or a 20 in your head, with some stagnant like group modifier on how effective you think their overall effort will be. I think there's a lot of ways to abstract this so that it goes much quicker. Everyone can feel as though they were involved. And then the result of a few rolls can go by pretty quickly. You can have it be like 3 rolls, and if 2 out of 3 of them, as a group check succeed, then we're good. I think that this could be much quicker. What is your opinion of Mike's title for this episode? I think it is harsh. I think it is appropriately harsh to serve as a title for a YouTube video. I think that's a fair thing to title the YouTube video for this episode. I think it does a little bit more than just, what you could fit into an email. I think there's some value in having the kind of fuck around moments. I will also say one of the reasons I don't watch CRD is because it also might be, comparable to 73. Like if 73 is also a very slow episode with a lot of, RP and like slow moments, I think that this one could have just been an email. Yeah. But if we have this kind of slow episode and then next episode is like researching and rising action and additional clues and tension, then I think it fits well narratively as a nice break. So it'll depend. I don't think I'll be able to fully answer the question until I see 73. A lot of it could have been an email, though. A lot of it could have. And I think that there's a lot of things in this that also could have been much faster. But to an extent, the slowness, I do think, has value. Even if a lot of the things could have been faster. Now, I am also a fan of, we talked about it in the beginning of 72, more what you would almost call high density value breaks and slowdown. So like I think that this sequence right here of them like breaking the ice and having like individual little actions and us playing that all out, that does provide value as like a slowdown, as a break, but I think it's relatively shallow on its value. I think it could be more dense, more deep. But that's not necessarily always possible, not necessarily always desirable. You're so much further than when I last checked up on you. Glad you're still trucking along. Thank you, Ty. Yeah, you mean like as in terms of episodes? We're getting there. Honestly, it's been slow recently just because of like IRL factors. But we're going. I'm excited. I also think the DM should ask the group, how many minutes or hours are you putting into this so the DC can be put lower or higher depending on how invested they are? Absolutely, yeah. I think there's all sorts of like ways to handle this quicker. And I don't think that quicker is always equivalent to more desirable, but I think it often is in the context of Vox Machina so far. I think they play out a lot of things that they truly don't need to. It can't be an email when the episode ends on another reveal. I think there is also something to be said for maybe the entire episode can't be an email, but there's large chunks that could have been. And then we could have just had that reveal. Anything that couldn't be in the email in a normal episode, yeah. You've been making great time on this ep? Yeah. I mean, to an extent, there's not as much to talk about, especially stuff that we, compared to what we talked about all in 72, or in the first part of 72. And I've been watching it on a much higher speed normally. This is the first episode of what I consider to be the boring batch, but it's not even the worst. This one has fun interactions, at least. Yeah, and we talked about it in the Discord a little bit, where I think there's also, to an extent, a comparative aspect of the last, 5 or 6 episodes have been so juicy that I think that these could feel extra slow in comparison to those. And, I don't know how the episodes after this batch will be interpreted, given that we're approaching the end of the Chroma Conclave and fighting Thordak. I have a feeling that there's going to be the hot as hell episodes we just got out of. There's going to be the before Thordak episode bunch. And then there's climax to the entire Chroma Conclave that we've been in for a lot of episodes. And I think it's very natural for the ones in between, like Glintshore, Percy dying, and then all of the Thordak-centric ones. I think that the episodes in between those are naturally going to be probably less enjoyed. But anyways. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We haven't had any problems, so I'm hoping that we won't have any more internet issues for the rest of the episode. But I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back. Oh my God, dog. Calm down. Oops, you jinxed it. Uh-oh. What's up? Hello. We were back quicker than I anticipated. I didn't even have time to do the woo. And I think let's bust through. I don't know why I said it like that. Let's get going on the rest of it. I don't know.
Over top of them to kind of keep the ice from falling
Nice.
off.
Okay.
I hope there's really something in here.
Keep punching. Keep punching. You get to one point and you hit, and you hear the. You watch the crack.
Grog?
Spider up
Look
to the
out.
top of the throne.
Oh no.
Are we ready to go?
I'm going to. Portion of the throne above you is now starting to crack and
shit.
fall onto this side.
I'll start running out of there.
We should get out. Let's get
I
out.
also back out.
Okay, I need the three of you who are closest to it to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Can I use my boots of Pharaoh leaping?
Ooh, yeah.
Strength check instead.
You have advantage on dexterity, though. You're fine.
Only if I'm
I
ready.
could hang back, but I've been meaning to say this whole time that I was creeping around the throne, so I'm just going to throw that out that I'm up there.
You're right.
Okay, so yeah, you see this happening. A portion of it, like a whole half side of it, has just cracked and is sliding down into the cavern that has been excavated by your party and the Ravenites.
So if I'm almost on it, should I be making a dex save as well?
If you're almost on it,
I was going to poke around and look around it.
only half of it's collapsing. I'll say sure, go for it. You who offers me to let you make a dexterity saving throw, yes. I will take it.
Really? Did you really do that?
I rolled a 1, but I have lots of luck left. And now I'm fine, so
I'm not.
that's a 26.
Okay, so yeah, you managed to leap off and tumble in the snow to the bottom and not have to worry about it. Travis? 8.
With advantage.
29.
19, but I used a resolve to. I'm going to resolve.
Okay.
All my resolve.
So as you guys dart out, Grog and Keyleth, unfortunately, are left a little bit behind. You both are pummeled with chunks of hard ice and jagged points of broken
That sounds awful.
rust there, dealing, that is 13 points of bludgeoning and piercing damage to both of you, and you find yourselves partially buried in the ice as it cracks it. You see, like, most of Keyleth's body is currently buried, just like her head and arms are out, and Grog, you're about up to your waist now, in broken ice and snow, and you're like,
Oh no.
pull yourself out.
Look at Keyleth's arm.
Yeah, I see it. Can you get her
Oh,
out?
yeah, okay. I start moving the ice off of it.
You pull Keyleth out.
That didn't go well.
Let's just burrow straight into the side, I think, just to be on the safe side. Let's stop melting ice.
Do you think we should? Isn't it buried completely at this point?
At this point, the entire excavation portion, which, by the way, when you guys came back, most of the gold and platinum that was in there has been completely removed by the Ravenites over time, and this whole area has been excavated so carefully, left it in a very precarious place. Those physical hits by Grog sent that whole south side of the throne to collapse inward. So it's partially collapsed. There's a large pile of ice, rock, and snow, and it's not very accessible from the current standpoint. You have to
Maybe
start
it
a
was
new
just
cave.
like one of Vorgol's first kills or something, and it was sentimental.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm irritated by it.
I think it might have given him a little bit of juice when he was at home.
It seems like it has some sort of icy
extra ability when he was here.
I can
maybe.
try and maybe now that the ice is broken, I can melt through it easier.
I mean, why would a dragon keep a boat?
Why would he?
For a little extra juice.
Maybe.
This is Bobby, you know, like.
Yeah,
Like
would be,
Mikey.
yeah. You know about
Some
that
people
person?
like collecting ships, you know? Maybe he's just a nautical.
Yeah, guns and ships.
Yeah,
bottle.
guns and ships.
He was a
He's
nautical
just
kind of guy.
Right, yeah. You know?
Bum, 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 bum.
Okay.
While we're all standing here with our thumbs on our butts, could I look around and see if I see a little stone, a little palantir type?
Make an investigation check.
Where are you standing?
Luck again, jeepers creepers.
He's up top.
If he's up top, I would have
26.
been up there with him too.
Okay.
I'm a crow circling around, watching him from above.
I'm invisible.
Well, I'm watching the area.
All right. Would you roll 26? Yeah, you see within the north side of the throne, there are 2 orbs embedded in the ice, about a foot beneath the surface. Whereas previously you saw more.
In the past, in other locations, you mean?
No, meaning when you guys first came to this world,
Oh.
there you saw 4. No, it was 3 stones.
Right.
Embedded. Top, you now see 2. But half the throne has collapsed as well.
And how far down are they under the ice?
About a foot and a half.
When they first came there, they saw 3. What does he mean by first? I assume he would mean when they went there before Ank'Harel. But what? There are now only 2 orbs in the ice. When they first came there were 3. It's possible the missing orb was Umbrasil's, but I believe there was a good chunk of time before them, after they killed Umbi, but before they went to Draconia. So it seems a bit odd. I don't know. That feels a little strange, but it's also like very not a little strange in terms of like unbelievable, but it feels like maybe a little standout, but also the timeline is so contracted compared to what it feels like in real life. So it may literally just be like like the timing between like Vorugal finding out about Umbrasyl and taking the time to go in and like dig out the orb. I don't know. It strikes me as something important, but it's also very possible that it's nothing.
On the surface.
Oh, never mind.
I'm gonna go find my sister.
Hey, I'm invisible! Here I am.
Hi.
Hi.
Did you see it? It collapsed.
Yes, I saw. I dodged out of the way.
Oh, good.
I also, I'm right here.
I know, I'm looking at you.
Yes. No, I'm invisible. I'm invisible.
I'm looking in your direction.
I saw those. Remember those little round, those seeing stones?
Yeah.
There's a couple under the ice over there. Now I was invisible, so I don't.
You saw them under the ice?
Yeah.
You saw a couple under the
A
ice?
couple under the ice, a foot or two away.
Where were the other ones?
I didn't see any other ones.
Were they there before it collapsed?
I don't know. I was standing right beneath the throne when the throne collapsed. Then I found them.
Were they near the area that it collapsed?
Were they near the area that it collapsed?
One of them was, yeah.
One of them was, yeah.
Fuck!
Fuck. Fuck indeed.
Did we just maybe?
Yeah. We should
is
get out.
Thordak we should go.
Fuck.
Hey, Percy, wanna?
We should
leave
tell
a mark anymore?
Tuma. We should tell Tuma that.
We left one.
Yeah, I feel like.
I go
he
find
knows.
Tuma.
I think he does.
You had the handful of dragonborn that were there after the collapse are kind of like just walking back to the kind of internal cavern area. As you head back, you notice that a large portion of the Ravenites have all come out of their caves and right now are in the process of scouring the ruins. Some of them are putting their armaments away. Tuma is out there currently conversing with a number of other what could be community leaders that are deciding what the next steps are.
I approach Tuma. Tuma, it's time that we make our departure very soon.
Very well.
I want to thank you so much for everything that you've provided and everything that your people have done.
I wish to thank you for your sticking to your word.
I would love to help and leave some parting gift in any way that I can.
The riches from the Horde will provide enough for us. You need not worry.
What was your land like before Vorugal got here? I know it wasn't as icy and as frigid.
No, it was without snow. We are on the south side of Wildmount. I hope this fades with time. We are not bound for snow people.
I can attempt to maybe revitalize your plant life as much as I can before I leave.
You can do this. By all means, we would appreciate.
You have a good, strong people, and I want to see your recovery. Just like I hope the same for mine.
Me too.
Anything I can do.
Tuma,
Yes.
you know the stones we talked about?
Yes.
Yeah, they kind of got jostled.
Why?
It looks like that ice wasn't super strong and it collapsed.
The ice was going to collapse eventually anyway.
What does this mean?
Not sure exactly,
Okay.
but should keep an eye on the sky. If you see something red, maybe hide. Just for a while. Thordak doesn't know what was here, but if he realizes Vorugal's been killed, he'll come looking, potentially.
But you're going to kill this Thordak, yes?
Oh, yeah, with your help, hopefully. Just in case he comes before we get to him.
We should get to him quickly then. Good.
The whole time she's been talking, her braid has been going like a magical jump rope because I'm standing here doing this.
Not the time.
If you find something,
Dick, stop it!
if you find an ice weapon in that ship beneath the throne, anything magical, some sort of ice power, we may need it. That may be useful.
Keep mind for it.
I go up to the group. Percy, Rex, I need to take time with this. Are you all right spending the rest of the day here while I help them?
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. I ascend to the top kind of the ravine and I start meditating and I cast plant growth.
We all need to go up there anyway, because that's where the trees are that we're going to transfer through, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we make our way to the top of the ravine as well.
What level's plant growth?
Third.
Third level,
And
gotcha.
I'm doing the 8-hour.
8 hours.
Wait, guys.
Super boring day for us.
Well, sorry.
I don't want to get in that ship.
I start doing that and revitalizing their landscape as close to what it was before and giving their.
It affects all normal plants within a 100-foot radius. So you have a very specific portion that you revitalize in the ravine.
Okay, well, I talked to Tuma and I find out where she...
Actually, no, all plants in a half-mile radius.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
sorry,
because there's the 8-hour one.
You're right.
The 8-hour one that's like
She
crazy.
kept reading. Okay, so yeah. Yeah. You talked to her about it, and she tells you that, like, the ravine itself does not have the nutrients to support crops, but we had farmland right above the ravine.
All right. Do you plan to still reside there?
Once the snow melts, yes.
I'll do what I can, and I go there.
Okay. And you get there, and through the use of your elemental magics, you easily cast aside the snow, and you, from underneath, you can see where once there was a heavy amount of cropland that has all died off because of the recent freeze that came with Vorgal. You take the 8 hours to concentrate, and as you do, you enrich the land. You could watch as many of these dead seeds come to life with green once more. Suddenly, you see sprouting bits of delicious cabbages and other forms of produce begin to spring to life and grow nutrient-rich. And as this happens, you can see a few of the Ravenites who kind of followed you to watch this are kind of taken aback and excitedly rush down to tell the rest of the people. The rest of you are bored out of your mind for the next 8 hours.
Keep a nice bar.
Challenge Vax to a peeing in the snow contest.
Got a lot of wine.
Oh, yeah, that was last night.
So you're pretty hungover.
Distance and accuracy.
Yeah, another opportunity where instead of being like you're bored out of your mind for 8 hours, be like, all right, rest of the table one by one. Vax, is there anything, a project, anything you would like to do for the next 8 hours? And you can kind of go one by one on them. I'm sure good old Taliesin can think of something he might want Percy to do for 8 hours. He's constantly fighting for time to work on his projects. Obviously, it might be, I can't do it until we get back to Whitestone or something like that. But I think at least some of them would have stuff that they would want to do. And I do think that, like, it doesn't seem like they're going to, but I think that is partially. I can't speak to if they would have if Matt had phrased it differently, but I do think that Matt's phrasing of "you're bored out of your mind for the rest of 8 hours" at least does not prompt them to consider if they might want to do things. If they already had something in mind, I don't think it's going to knock it out of their brain. I think they'll interject. But if they didn't already have something, I think this discourages them from possibly thinking of anything else.
Ta-da! I brought one from your house.
It's gone.
It disappeared.
Yeah. Yes, as you reach for it, there's nothing there.
It's so good.
That's amazing.
So you guys have fun sparring for a while. You beat the crap out of each other off and on for a few hours and both feel good about it. When the 8 hours are finished, you guys reconvene.
X. Your turn.
Back to shorter than Scanlan.
Yeah.
Curse it, baby.
I want both of you guys to make performance checks.
Okay.
Woo! Yeah.
Performance check.
Performance for peeing in the snow.
yeah.
What? He's got a really high modifier though.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure I'll win.
Not good.
No, you're gonna win.
No, even at his lowest, it'll be higher, I bet.
18.
21!
Add your D12.
Zorro!
Or you can add your own bardic inspiration here.
Yeah, if he
fair
thinks of
fight.
it.
Okay.
It's a fair fight.
It is close, but as much as your cursive writing was on point, it was impressive that Vax was capable of cursive drawing the X, stopping, and then crossing the X.
Whoa! Well,
It stings when you stop.
that's impressive. But my Wang is built for power, not accuracy. So.
As soon as the cube comes out, can I talk to you? Stepping away.
With the cube out or what?
Who are you talking to?
No, not you.
Oh.
Sure, yeah, I'm just gonna do nothing but stare at that bloody chip if I don't, so sure.
How are you? After dying?
I'm trying really hard not to think about it, actually. I don't know, honestly. There hasn't been a lot of time to process.
No, there hasn't. It's a lot in a few days.
I would say it would be nice to be going home, except I know we're going home too. So there's going to be no relief.
No, not for a while, I don't think.
That creature hanging around.
Yes.
Yeah, death was not pleasant.
No.
It was,
I have to tell you something.
all right.
Do you know what Fenthris means?
I don't, actually.
It comes from the Elvish words. I'm surprised. Growth and protection.
I would have eventually looked it up, just because it's a terribly boring thing I will do.
It's kind of odd that Sonder had it for so long, since he was quite the opposite of that, don't you think?
I tend to think that many people tend to exalt the exact opposite of what they are.
Yes. I don't know, I think he focused for so long on the betrayal of his love, on all of the horrible things within himself that caused that he became the physical embodiment of it. And I think he was trying to do the same thing to me. I mean, even though I refused him, I could feel those seeds being planted. Self-doubt and loathing echoing in my mind every night. Reliving every wrong that people have done to me and everything I've done.
I've recently, I will say before death, had a bit of an epiphany. And have been trying, not always succeeding, but trying not to dwell on such things.
That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. In the fight with Ripley.
Yes.
Your last words to her were, I forgive you.
Yes.
It was such a surprise.
Yes.
I pull out Fenthris and I show him what I've carved onto it. It's Sineth. Do you know that word?
How common is that word?
You know the word.
I would know the word.
It's forgive.
Oh.
I carved this on Fenthris because that's the key, isn't it? It's the only way to really grow.
I think so. I'm trying. It's the only thing I've tried that's made any sense so far. And it felt very liberating. It felt good. It felt perfect. And it wasn't about her, and it was just about me. Honestly, that was really the thing that I noticed, was I didn't say it to make her feel better. I didn't say it to give her any peace. And I came to that feeling before running into her. I didn't know if it would be true when I saw her, but I feel like so much of my energy had been such a waste, and worse than a waste, had been twisted in the wrong direction. And it's too late for a lot of things. There are things I cannot take back and things that I have done that will forever be terrible.
Percy.
But that's not the point, though, I suppose.
It isn't.
And
Whoever that boy was that created those things, that suffered such horrors that he felt they were justified, you have to forgive him too. Because everything you've suffered and endured and created in that time has made you into the person that you are now. And you have a brilliant mind. And any darkness that might cloud your vision on occasion, the fact that you found it within yourself to forgive her means that it will never overtake you.
Thank you. I would like to think we're all better than we think we are. Except maybe your brother. I think he's just a mess.
He's terrible, isn't he? Just the worst.
Is he in here?
Maybe. He's probably hiding somewhere.
Shouldn't have given him that ring. Thank you. I know I have to forgive myself. I'm not quite there yet, but I can see a path. And I like where we are and what we're doing. And I think that we're the right people in the right place in the right time.
I agree. And this engraving is a reminder that every time I attack, it's not out of vengeance.
I would be horrified if you were taking yourself too seriously.
Never. Did you see the bear that I carved on the tree? It was quite lovely.
It was quite lovely. I don't know if the tree is quite as happy with it, but I was quite impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
What room are we in, out of curiosity, by the way?
There's no room. We're in the woods.
Oh, no room, we're in the woods?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And as I walk away, I walk up, I kiss her. So we'll talk later. And I walk away.
Anything can happen in the woods.
And it's 10 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and end today's
Bam! Bam!
You can't. Yeah.
Go on and
That's a
kiss
beat
the
in an
girl.
episode.
Oh bad.
So thank you guys for watching. That episode had a lot of interesting elements to it.
We had an elephant.
We had the. I know that there's more. There's normal post-session. I have not forgotten. Fun. I walk away. Oh man, I like it more as an episode. It's a fun episode ender, especially in comparison to like something like Initiative, you know, because it's something that prompts a lot of fun role play afterward. that will immediately sink the players back down into their characters. I like that as an episode end a lot. Even if I'm not personally, that into the romances for reasons we've discussed. I can see I can always see the value there, and I think it's a fun episode end specifically. Yeah. Travis is such a cheerleader of his wife romancing someone else. I'm sure I would be as especially from a DM perspective. I would love that from my wife. Travis's excitement is distracting. Yeah. We can get moments like Travis eating a can out of excitement for romancing. This is true. I mentioned earlier I have a soapbox rant for this app. Oh, it's about Perc'ahlia and the way it's been RP. The rant is too long for chat, so I would need it to be in the VOD. Since I know you don't care about the relationships, I would ask ahead of time. So may I please do so? Yeah, totally. With comments, you guys go crazy in the comments, especially if it's not negative. I think the only time that someone has posted a comment that I've been like, either I've had to remove or I've not wanted it commented, is when people were getting like negative in the comments about, especially like to people outside of the community. Or there's like one or two spoilers that have been posted. But anything beyond that, if it's even if it's like, I know a rant might be negative, but not like, if it's something that you're just critiquing or that you didn't like about the episode, that's totally cool. When I say like negativity in the comments, I mean people being like, commenters being negative to each other. That's what I'm not. I don't want like conflict, inter-commenter conflict in the comments. So yeah, you can throw a romance rant all over the place. Absolutely. Having an RP partner who you trust and is willing to play it out with you is such a gift. Absolutely. Yeah. I fully agree. I mean, trust is what it comes back to at the end of the day. We haven't had like a lot of romance scenes, but we've had a lot of very vulnerable scenes at the table. And that trust between the players is huge. Yeah. I would like to point out that Travis Visible being the biggest Perc'ahlia shipper is a delightful contrast to being upset at Orion's joke in Ep 27. Oh yeah. It again, we've said this before, but it is an indication of how much trust had been lost at that point between the other players at the table and Orion. The trust had really atrophied at that point. Yeah. The issue wasn't Travis not wanting Laura's character to have a romance. Yeah, absolutely. Laura talking about Vex's feelings. Now she thinks Percy will not reciprocate, lead to Taliesin revealing Percy having his feelings about her. Yeah, I agree. I call it a rant because I could talk about it for hours. That's fair. No, that's all good. Yeah, no, absolutely go for it. Hope you didn't get too big a spoiler. No, the one that I did delete was a comment that was directly comparing one of the player's C1 character to their C2 character. It was I think it was Marisha's, because it was on the Tiberius video, which has absolutely like taken on a life of its own outside of Critical Eyes. So a lot of people, I have a pinned comment on there, but a lot of people that watch the Tibbs video don't necessarily know about like Critical Eyes and the design of it and the spoilers aspect of Critical Eyes. So I don't fully blame people that comment on the Tibbs video for not knowing. I have a warning on there that it's like if I smell a spoiler, I delete it before I read the whole thing. So I've only had to delete like 2 or 3 comments, I think, and it's almost always referencing C2 characters. If I ever see a spoiler in my comments, it is someone that doesn't know that referencing a C2 character is a spoiler. And it's like Laura's C2 character, blah, 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 or Marisha's C2, blah, blah, blah. And I try to wipe it out of my brain immediately, which I've been very successful at so far. I think I think I've seen the name of Laura's C2 character, and that is stuck in my brain, which is Jester. But I think it's Jester anyways. I'm not actually sure. I say that with confidence, like I know. But I don't know anything about it. I don't know, species, class, anything like that. So that's the closest I've gotten. Yeah. We shall neither confirm or deny. Absolutely appropriate. Absolutely appropriate. Yep. But that's the worst it's ever been, which is, in my opinion, not that bad. I don't think that's that bad at all, especially because it's something that will get confirmed literally in the first episode of C2. It has almost zero bearing on C1. Forget I even brought it up. No, you're chilling. You're all good. I could also rant about Perc'ahlia for hours. Oh yeah. It's fair to say most of my favorite characters are C2 characters. Nah, I know a lot of people like C2 a lot more than C1 for reasons that I sort of know, sort of don't. Yeah, I love Perc'ahlia and could talk about them for hours. Fucking get in the comments, gang. Get in the comments, gang. Perc'ahlia is so good. Hell yeah. Laura's already mentioned a character named Jester in this campaign. Really? Interesting. I don't even remember that. That's possible. Maybe talks about like a one shot or something. Yeah. May give us what you think are the names of all the C2 characters. All the C2 characters? Let's see. Wait, what were I think someone pinned my I don't like to show the Discord just in case. Let's see. I'm almost positive that someone pinned my guesses. Oh no, they didn't. Someone put my C2 guesses into the Discord somewhere, but I don't remember where. Oh no, I don't think I'll be able to find it. Wait, let me try. Let me try something. Those are all from spoilers chat. Luckily I can filter out spoilers chat. I'm looking for just non-spoilers. Yeah, I don't know where to find it. If someone can link it, I would guess based on those. I'm a C2 stan now and forever. I remember you guessing class and race, not names. Yeah, I wanna stick to the. I would base my names off of class and race. Guess their potential backstories, backgrounds. Oh man, if someone can go and find me the list. Because I want to keep it all consistent, Shit. Because I remember thinking that Liam was going to be a wizard. But I don't remember any of my other guesses. And I'd like to keep it all consistent. They're all Raishan. I don't remember the details. Did you not write in Obsidian? I don't think I did. Weirdly enough. I don't know why I didn't. They're all from different timelines, yeah. Shit. No? Is it that? No. Yeah, I'm just scrolling back in the no spoilers chat. Where is it? I wouldn't honestly look for it. You know what? I'm gonna look for it while we're listening to the cooldown and commentary. I thought maybe you wrote it in Obsidian notes. I don't think so. I'll also look for it in there. We'll listen to the cooldown while I do this.
Fight.
The spoils of war.
A whole bunch of new shit.
Yeah. Look at our signatures in the snow. That's fucking beautiful.
Kissing, there was kissing, there was everything.
Kissing and kissing.
That will be the
Kissing and
kissing is the title. Kissing and kissing.
That's a good title.
Kissing and kissing.
Oh Lord.
Please.
That is not going to be the title.
I shit it.
You're welcome, Internet. You're welcome.
Well then, we'll get ourselves to rest for the evening. You guys do the same. Thank you for hanging in there. Once again, amazing community. We love you guys so much. All the support you have. Make sure to take into.
There we go. Yeah, just fun little breakdown. Oh, wait. Now, I'm back into April of last year, which does feel right for around when I would have done this sort of stuff. Man. No, it's not in there. Damn it. There's no way. Let's see. If I just search C2 in Obsidian. No, those are all drawings. I know I didn't. If I did anything, it was not in a drawing. It would have been in a text document. Okay, I'll give vibe checks based on what I remember. And then if anyone finds the more specific predictions, number one, I would just enjoy seeing those again. And I will give modifications based on any of the C2. I feel like it was in the Underdark. I feel like it was in maybe the Underdark. I feel like it was probably a little bit later. I feel like it was maybe in Slayer's Take or Briarwood where I did it all. But okay. I think I remember my vibes for Liam the most because they're very strong vibes. I think that I'll switch back to screen share. Why not? So that I can highlight them. I think that Liam is going to be a like noir former detective alcoholic wizard. I think he's going to be a wizard. And I think it is like he did some fucked up shit in his past, and now he's drowning his sorrows at the start of C2. And I think with that, in terms of background, I think background is either going to be like soldier or like maybe noble. Noble doesn't even really fit. I'd actually need to go and see what the backgrounds that were available for them was. D&D backgrounds. Because we've got plenty of time. It's only 5. Let's see. Acolyte, no. And a lot of these they wouldn't have had access to. So I'm just looking. Actually, wait. I can set the source for PHB. Not PHB. Player's Handbook. We'll just go with 2014. I think that's the majority of what they would have had access to. I feel like background could have been a knight, potentially. And then otherwise, I would say soldier, maybe sailor. Big maybe on that one. It would be some sort of position of authority. But not one of necessarily power. So I would think that for in terms of background. What were the other questions? Obviously, there's still name. And then I think there was another background. Wait. I also where was it? I don't know. I'm already losing the plot. Race, I think human. Yeah, race. Race/species, I think human. And name, I think, is going to be something rather serious. Something like Inspector Frank Tells, or something like that. Former Inspector Frank Tells. I'm thinking I'm thinking really, if anyone's ever read Brian McClellan's Powder Mage trilogy, I have a big image in my mind of Adamat, Inspector Adamat from the Powder Mage trilogy. That's what I'm picturing for C2 Liam. So yeah, I think Frank Tells. Laura, I also remember for Laura, I said some manner of cleric. I think I landed on trickster cleric. And I don't remember, and hers is the one that I think I know the name of already. And I think like cleric, the easiest one is acolyte. I could also see a trickster cleric. A classic one for that is charlatan, criminal, or spy. I could see charlatan. I think charlatan feels right for C2 Laura. And then I don't remember what I said for, because I think I also guessed race originally, but I think I'll throw out one of the small races. I feel like possibly gnome, possibly halfling. I could see her flexing small race for Jester. So weird that you get the name exactly. Yeah. Frank Tells. Yeah. Liam Frank. Yeah. Frank. How does he not do it? I think for Grog, I was actually it felt weirdly confident of, I thought he was going to be an inquisitive rogue and or mastermind rogue, which is actually, in retrospect, similar to what he played in the Screwjob, which I just realized yesterday hasn't come out. Sorry. It's been like a 95% done for like 2.5 months. I really need to like make that cross the finish line so that I can finally release it. Ooh, my bad. What was Laura's character's name? That's the one that I believe I've gotten spoiled for myself. I believe her C2 name is Jester. I think. I saw it in a comment. I tried to really quickly delete it before I absorbed anything else. Also could have been C3. Also might not have been, But I feel as though it would be disingenuous of me to guess a different name when I do think that. Last name guess? I think no last name. I even think it could be a code name. I think she could have like an actual name and Jester's just like a code name or an alias that she goes by to protect her identity. I could see that. Which and the Travis thing, right? With me thinking he was going to play an inquisitive rogue. After he played it in the Screwjob, I'm almost like, will he in C2? But it was a one shot, Who knows how much that put him on versus put him off of actually playing one. I'm gonna stick with it for now, though. I think Inquisitive Rogue, I even think that they could have a connection. It's possible that maybe Grog is like an up-and-comer in the department that Liam worked in. And possibly even like they have a connection, maybe former partners. And like maybe Travis's character's a little bit more starry-eyed, whereas Liam's character's kind of seen the shit. And is a bit disillusioned with the establishment at this point, whereas Grog's inquisitive rogue hasn't seen enough of the dark side of the establishment of the department yet. And so maybe they have that connection. Maybe they've just, heard of each other. I don't know. But I could see that. There is no Travis, only Grog, right? Travis. I think also probably human. I could also see possible wood elf. But I think probably also human. I don't even remotely remember what I said for. Oh, and I think background will be probably folk hero. I think he was a folk hero and like got the money to move to the big city. I think he like solved like a big case out in the country. That allowed him to move there. He was maybe kind of almost seen as like a genius prodigy sort of thing out where he grew up, and then he hits the big city and people kind of laugh off the case that he solved. Possible even that case comes back in the actual plot of C2. Maybe it was a little bit deeper than he originally thought. And possible even that he got the wrong guy. And possible that the establishment covered it up. I don't know. Could be. Yeah, I don't remember shit about Keyleth. Travis is such a good role player that Mary keeps calling him Grog. I'm saying. Playing that one shot could have scratched an itch or merely whetted the appetite. Exactly. I don't know. And then name for him, I think he's gonna have almost like a country bumpkin name. I think it's gonna be like Jebediah, possibly just straight up Jebediah, maybe Jebediah Waters. I'm thinking something named after a natural feature, almost like the bastard names in Game of Thrones, where it's like Jon Snow. I don't remember what the bastard from King's Landing is. What the last name ends up being. But it's like, I think Rivers is if you grew up in the Erie. I think it's going to have something with that sort of feel to it, where it's like named after like a natural feature. So I'm going to go Jebediah Waters. And then King's Landing is Waters. King's Landing is Waters. There you go. I'll go with that. And then Rivers is Riverland. Right. What's the King's Bastard that's in Stone is Erie. Stone was the one I was thinking of, but that's yeah. Anyways, Frank tells, Jester, Jebediah Waters, and then Marisha. God, I wish I remembered what class. I think she's gonna go a marshal or a quasi marshal. I think maybe I guessed a monk for her. That feels right currently. I feel possibly monk for her, a marshal that still has this sort of spiritual bent to it, and I possibly drunken master, and her and Frank are now drinking buddies, because drunken master would have been out at this point. So I could see a monk drunken master. I could also see, I don't think it would be 4 elements. I think that would be too much of that would be too similar to Keyleth. I could also just see open hand, classic. Background, possibly sage. I could also see pirate, possible. I could see noble. You know what? Just for the fun of it, I think she's going to be a disgraced noble. I think possibly she was raised in nobility, similar to Percy, but rather than the entire family, being betrayed, sort of having that fall of grace. I think that her character was exiled from nobility because of possible philandering, possible drink, that sort of thing. And I don't know how and I think that after that, she possibly went to a monastery, possibly was exiled to a monastery by her family. Like, her family was like, God damn, you're such a disappointment. We're sending you to the monastery, clean up your act, or just stay there. Stay out of trouble. I think that's the sort of thing. I think she got sent to the monastery as a way of being like, you need to get out of the limelight. You are far too embarrassing to our family. You keep making the news. Get out of here. And there, she never gives up her proclivity for drink. And eventually becomes the drunken master. And but all gets those that first monk level at least. And then possibly something happens. I don't feel that she burned down the monastery, but I think something happened to the monastery. It was burned down, it was raided, something to that effect, and she decides to disappear. Basically, doesn't fake her own death in that sort of sense. Like, doesn't fake her own death, but accepts the fact that her family and the general public think her to be dead. Her former identity. Possibly she even has a big old scar, like a big burn scar on her face that makes her not immediately recognizable. Maybe if she reveals her identity, people can see it, but it's not something that she has to consistently worry about. And I think that either her and Liam are now drinking buddies, or potentially have a connection in that sense. Name is, I think she has an alias. Possibly, I'm feeling an alias of something like Amy/Amelia. And then her actual, and that's it, no last name. And then her true identity is something very colorful, very blah, 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 blah. Very Versifia of House, Lannistia. It's something there. I'm going to say Voracifia of House Toldwell. Sure. Yeah. Voracea. We'll go with. Is D&D Drunken Master actually drunken, not based on the martial arts technique? I believe it is mostly based on the martial arts technique. I don't think they're actually drunken, but I do think that there's some implication that they either can be drunken or they just go after the actual style. Let's see. Many monks find the structured life an ascetic. Other monks believe immersing themselves in the vibrant confusion of life. I don't think that there's monk subclasses. What am I doing? This is just this isn't. I clicked on Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Why did it not? What? It's just taking me to monk. What's going on? Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, yeah. I don't think it's a requirement for Drunken Master, but I think it is a possibility. Yeah. Not the Lannisters. Never watched that show. Yeah. Do get Brewer's Supply Artisan Tool. There you go. You also haven't tried to get Sam. That's true. I would be truly shocked if Taliesin is not the Blood Hunter. I would be shocked. I believe that Blood Hunter came out in time for C2. And I would be shaking in my boots if Taliesin is not the Blood Hunter. And I think the Blood Hunter is gonna have a name kind of like Scar in Full Metal Alchemist. I think it's gonna be like something like Vengeance or fucking or maybe even something that's not that insane but is still very basic. It's gonna be something like Moon or or he's gonna be like named after the first person that he ever killed. It's like, my name is Tagwin. Oh, you don't really look like a Tagwin. I'm not. I took this name from the first person that fell to my hand. something like that. He's gonna have something along those lines, I think. So I don't even know that I can guess his name because it's all based on the first person he killed. And I think that his background is probably going to be something random, like guild merchant, and he went through a big traumatic event. Not necessarily like Percy. I don't think it'll be targeted. I think it'll be some manner. It might even be that his former event is as an acolyte. It might even be that him, Talisin's character, we'll go with Tagwin. Why not? That Tagwin and Amy were at the same monastery, and his background is as an acolyte, but he gets totally fucked up in the raid. That was totally a wrong place, wrong time. Maybe just like raiders just perusing the countryside, maybe an invading military, maybe something to do with the corrupt establishment that is the same reason that Liam's character left the policing force. Something within there, something that shows the evil rot at the core of humanity, the undirected hatred that we inflict upon each other. The fact that it was untargeted, it makes it all that much the worse. And he has taken on this curse to burn out the rot at the center of humanity, the nation, something along those lines. Now, Sam, and then I'll do Ashley. Samuel, I think I could see something with Samuel as I don't remember what I said, and maybe I struggled with it the first time. I don't quite know. He seems to like casting. I could see Sam on a warlock. I could also see Ashley on a warlock. I think one of them. What have I said so far in terms of marshals? I've said, what have I said? Wizard, cleric, rogue, monk. So we've got 2 marshals there. Blood Hunter, I think, is like a third caster, if I remember correctly, or maybe half. So they've got kind of marshals covered. I think Ashley and Sam will be warlock. I think Ashley might be celestial. Maybe. I could also see her being goo. I could also see her being hexblade. I think Sam, I'm gonna guess that Sam is actually the warlock, but I think he's gonna be a celestial warlock. I think there's a shot that Sam plays almost an altar boy type character. That big starry-eyed sort of thing. I think him and Travis's character are going to continue to get along in that they share this thematic innocence to them. And I think that his patron is going to be revealed over the course of the show to potentially have motivations and want Sam to do things that maybe Sam's character isn't totally comfortable with. Michael found it. Michael found it. Wait. Oh, what is it? Laura, Halfling, Trickster, Cleric. So I was right about that. Okay, Travis, Inquisitive Rogue. I remembered. Taliesin. I forgot race for those two. So I guess human for Taliesin. I think, I still think that fits. Liam, human wizard. Yeah, and fuck it. Let's throw a subclass on to Liam's wizard. I think it's going to be divination. I think divination. Former investigator. Divination wizard. Marisha, half elf, monk of the sun soul. Oh, I said sun soul, did I? I'm going to update it. I'm going to update it to Drunken Master. I like that for it. And I think it's a good potential connectivity there. I could see her going Sun Soul, but I'll update it to Drunken Master, and I will keep it with Elf, though. And I'll keep it on potentially high Elf to get back at her nobility heritage. Sam, half orc, wild magic sorcerer. Ashley, silver, dragonborn, celestial warlock. Okay. So I was right in the, I thought that, right. I'm consistent, I guess, in thinking warlock and sorcerer for Sam and Ashley. Oh, do I want to update that? Because celestial warlock, I think I could see for Ashley, just based on her possibly wanting to play a similar character because she didn't get to play a lot of Pike. But almost, I don't know. I think she won't. And almost here's why. I think that she is going to be the sorcerer, maybe wild magic. And I think that I do know that they do build in a more consistent contrivance for why Ashley is not there, like why she comes in and out of campaign 2. I think it could have something to do with a sorceress bent, especially if she's wild magic. I could absolutely see the wild magic sorcery being a key component of what brings her in and out of the sessions. So I'm going to go Wild Magic Sorcerer for Ashley instead. And I'll keep it with Silver Dragonborn. Why not? We'll keep it with Silver Dragonborn. I think her background is going to be potentially Outlander. And I think she might have a sort of a more physically oriented name. Something like Tooth and Claw, or Shifting Scales, something of that type of feel, you know? I think Shifting Scales, that's what I'll say. She could even have her specific quirk, where possibly her wild magic, anytime she rolls on the wild magic table, she also rolls like a 1d8, and her dragonborn coloring shifts. Every time she rolls on wild magic, she has to also roll on a custom table of dragonborn coloration. And potentially shift. Maybe it's all chromatic, maybe it's all metallic, maybe it's all of it. She switches between chromatic and metallic, depending on her wild magic roll. Or you just link certain rolls on the wild magic table to certain colorations of dragon. I think that could be kind of fun, kind of wacky. And I think the name derived from that would be Shifting Scales, is what I could see. Maybe goes by Scales, maybe goes by Shift, something along those lines. Whether that's right or wrong, that's just a cool idea. Thank you, I appreciate it. High Elf Drunken Master, exactly. And then my friend Sam. Do I still think that I don't see Celestial for Sam. Upon seeing a lot of Sam, I still don't think Celestial goes with him. I could still see Half Orc. I could see Half Orc, why not? Warlock for Sam. I could see Goo. If it had come out at this point, I would be so in on Sam being a genie warlock. I could see he gives me big genie warlock energy. Given that it hasn't, though, what do we have as options? In Xanathar's, it's Celestial and Hexblade. I think those are the only new additions. And then PHB is Goo, Fiend, and Archfey. I could see Archfey for Sam's. I could see Goo. I can't see Fiend. I can't see Celestial. Don't really see Hexblade for him either. I see Sam as a big flex. Oh, also Undying, but Undying sucks donkey ass. Or is it Undead? No. Undead's fine. Undying sucks. And I don't think Sam would go something that sucks, honestly. I think he would be able to suss it out ahead of time. I see him as Goo. And I think he's going to play a little bit of a weirder. I think he's going to lean into the weird aspect during C2. Sorry, what's Goo? Oh, yeah, Great Old One. Great Old One is Goo. It's like the Lovecraftian deity. Or power. Yeah. I think he'll be Great Old One. I think he will be starry-eyed. I think he'll still be starry-eyed. But I think he'll be just like I think he'll lean into like just being like a weird fucking kid. I think he is a weird kid that has trouble making friends, is into weird shit, is potentially a bit of a pariah. And I think he might have even stumbled into the Goo by accident, just given his I'm thinking about me as a kid. I think that Sam was potentially just reading through books in an area of the library, not even restricted, just unutilized possibly, that just engages with his special interests. I think that Sam's character was potentially interested in this, very weird form of magic. A type of magic that people know exists, but maybe it only has application in it's broadly seen. This entire type or study of magic is only seen as an alternative method towards light spells, and it accomplishes it through manipulating the darkness, through essentially absorbing the darkness, and light is more capable of filling the void, filling the vacuum, and it's just seen as kind of weird, not necessarily scary, but almost useless. Why would you go and do that sort of research when you could just pray to the gods? Every god provides some manner of light magic, so it's almost seen as useless. But for some reason, Sam's character's interested. He's doing more research. He finds something that maybe he shouldn't have. And I think it's possible that the goo isn't even aware of him. I think it's possible that he isn't even aware of the goo. They might be fucking ships in the night, man, where he is blatantly unaware of his patron. And I think it's possible. I'll even throw out this big prediction that Sam's character, we'll still go half-orc for Sam's race. We'll still go half-orc. I think it's possible that Sam's character, totally unaware that he has fallen into a pact, but something about him registers on Talison's hunter senses. Tagwin. I think that it's something about it registers on his senses, and I think that Sam's character is one of Tagwin's targets. I think he is hunting down aberrations, things that should not be in this world. Again, cleansing the rot. But when he meets Sam, he just can't do it. He just can't do it. He realizes that Sam's character is totally unaware of the taint on his soul. And ostensibly, the taint is not making him do bad things. He's still a good kid. Even if he's a little bit odd, he seems at his core good. And I think that this is a not pre-stream, I guess, pre-campaign dilemma for Tagwin. This is going to be one of his possibly core character conflicts, at least at the beginning of C2. And he is, and potentially he says to himself, oh, damn it, I can't let him roam, like he's about to kill him. And this all happens pre-campaign. About to kill him, and Sam's character is just confused. Doesn't know why, doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know why Tagwin is saying all these things. And Tagwin sees that. He sees the truth and the innocence and the honesty and stops himself and says, I need to keep an eye on him. Mentally, he says, I need to keep an eye on him. I need to make sure that the infection doesn't spread. Maybe I can just do containment. And I think that one of the things as they level up through C2, as ostensibly the rot on Sam's character's soul spreads, possibly Sam will start exhibiting more of the signs of the pact. Possibly there's a moment where he breaks through and he views the great unfathomable being at the core of his power, and it does maybe start to affect his behavior. And Tagwin has to reckon with that. Sam's character has to reckon with that. Big, like, third of the way through the campaign conflict and inter-party drama of sorts. Name. I think something that reeks of innocence. I can't like Andy Aloysius or something like that, you know? I don't even know if that definitely reeks of innocence, but a name that you picture wearing one of those like pinwheel hats. Bert? Sure. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. I don't know how Ashley will work into it. I could possibly see Ashley's character being related to I almost said Vex, to Laura Bailey's. In some way, I could see their kind of unstable or maybe not socially acceptable magics having made them run in similar circles before. They could potentially be working for the same organization. They could potentially be connected by a guild, mayhaps. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah. If Goo does the patron know powers being drawn, it explicitly highlights that they may not. If I remember correctly. That's how I've always run it, at least. Goo is... I think that there is always a possibility that a warlock patron is unaware of the pact. But I think that is even more possible. Higher possibility with Goo. I think it's an extreme possibility that the Goo is totally unaware that their power is being drawn. I mean, fuck. The Goo might not even be, like, conscious or, like, have an awareness in the way that we think of consciousness and awareness. They might be closer to a primordial force on the universe, or a sleeping Goliath, a sleeping behemoth, than anything so conscious as to be aware of a power draw, especially from something so comparably insignificant as a mortal warlock. You know what I'm saying? Starting location for C2, continent, city, location. Bro, at this point, I am coming more to the idea that Wildmount might not be in this fucking campaign. I'm coming more and more to the conclusion that they might run through Taldore, and that might be the entire setting of the campaign. Maybe they have a small stint in Wildmount, but I think it's more likely that they go back to Ank'Harel and or Vasselheim than they go anywhere in Wildmount. The only exception that I can see is them possibly going to Wildmount because one of the names on Animus is in Wildmount. Like, I think there's a strong likelihood that King Bertrand is the ruler of whatever Wildmountian nation the Briarwoods were originally from. I think there's a decent shot of that, and if they end up investigating the Animus names, that might lead them towards a stint in Wildmount. But I think it's becoming, in my opinion, more and more likely that Wildmount will be the starting location of C2. Possibly the Ravine or Draconia, like revived new Draconia, might be the starting location. I could see that. Fucking, I don't even know any other cities in I don't know any other cities, at least by heart, in Wildmount. So I'm going to say that the interior of the ravine is referred to either as like the ruins of Draconia or old Draconia, and that the city is now New Ravinia. Big call. I think there's going to be a bit of a time skip. And maybe we'll call it 30, 40, 50 years. Maybe 100. Maybe 100. The only problem with it skipping 100 is that Grog would be dead unless something, happened that kept him immortal. Or extended his life in some way, because Goliaths don't live that long. Everyone else, and same thing with Percy. But everyone else would still be alive if it was 100 years. And I think I have an instinct that Vox is going to be, or some subset at least of Vox is going to be around in the time of C2. I think that, and I could really see someone like a Vax or a Keyleth taking on an almost Yoda-esque role, or I mean more not more relevant than Yoda, an Obi-Wan Kenobi type role. 100 years is too much if you want everyone to be alive, but too little if you want everyone to be dead. Yeah. But the other ones, like, I mean, obviously all of the half-elves have an extended time frame that they're going to be alive. Also, anyone that's religiously tied, Ashley, Vax, they have the possibility of some divine elongation of their lives. Obviously, Keyleth with Archdruid business. I think there's a possibility that Percy might invent some sort of mechanical anti-aging thing. I could see it. And then Scanlan, gnomish time frame makes sense. Grog is really the one that it's like, man, there's like almost no way that Grog is still alive if it's like 100 years. The reason I think it might be 100 years is because if it does start in this idea of New Ravinia, I think that enough time should have passed for a lot of the events, a lot of the people that were around during the Draconia days, I think should be dead. That's why I'm thinking like 100 years. Like, I think Tuma, dead. Anyone that was enslaved by the Skywalkers, I think should be dead. To give it that really like fresh, like post-tragedy, post-tragic era feel, where now they're just dealing with the ramifications, possible reparations, a lot of that sort of deal. Yeah. And it would have allowed a lot of the events of, and a lot of the exploits of Vox Machina to fade a bit into legend, in a way that I think could be played for a lot of interest, especially if they're still alive. You can do an easy, like, wow, never meet your heroes, sort of scene. Or like, man, these heroes of legend are more complicated and nuanced, than the legends might make you think. I mean, even something I could see Keyleth being possibly elevated to some manner of almost quasi-divine status, especially given Ashley or Pike and Vax's connection to the gods. I think there could be a rumor that fades into fact, air quotes, that like Keyleth was really into Melora, maybe worshipped Melora, despite the reality of Keyleth's not necessarily atheism, but borderline, nuanced agnosticism, we'll call it. An unwilling saint. Yes. And then they meet her and she's, I can imagine old Keyleth being so grumpy, and someone does praise Melora, in the same almost tone of voice that they did. Oh God, what was the thing in Ankarel? The not praise be. It's Budaba. Oh damn it, I can't remember their whole shtick in Ankarel. Be pleased. Yeah. Be pleased, bidet. I could see them in the same like tone of voice doing something along the beep lines to old Keyleth, praise Melora, and her being like, the, or something to the effect of like, maybe there's some sort of thing of like, as it's done in Melora's house, and old Keyleth being like, Melora has nothing to do with it. and like slamming the door in their face or walking off into the next room to grumpily prepare tea. Yeah, I could really see old Keyleth being a mentor figure to possibly Drunken Master, to possibly Talison's character, to potentially Laura's character, Ashley's character, or she could just provide insight on a quest. She might not even be like an actual mentor figure, but she might just be this like figure of legend, almost in a similar vein to like Osisa or Kamal Jaori or something like that. Yeah, and I feel like she's going to be like in the Zephyra, just like being the Archdruid, that sort of thing. What were we talking about? Yeah. But I could also see not just Keyleth. I could see a lot of the characters inhabiting that sort of role. I could easily see Vax and like starting a sect of like Raven Queen warriors, and he's like this grizzled. He's almost I could easily see Vax being incredibly Jaheira coded, it like Jaheira in BG3, where now she like leads the Harpers and they're kind of like a spec ops sort of group. I could absolutely see him being the grizzled veteran that maybe he even like bases himself in the Zephyra, and maybe Keyleth's found a way to possibly elongate his life. Maybe his like time passes differently for him while they're in the Zephyra or something like that. So that's how his life has gotten elongated a bit. And the Raven Queen doesn't make too much of a fuss because he's started this like Spec Ops Raven Queen Warriors type group. I could see that. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that easily. And he might be like someone that the C2 party goes to. Burt Reynolds. Let's see. How many episodes until they decide their adventuring party name? Weirdly enough, I think that they will have it mentally decided beforehand. Like, I think that they will decide it before the stream. I think that their characters will decide it. I'm going to clock it episode 10 or 15. I think there's going to be some sort of joke that is made similar to the shits, and they're gonna stick with it. But I think that they're gonna be kind of looking for an excuse to make that joke for a little bit. I'm loving the neurodivergent kid and the primeval entity that they have a parasocial relationship with backstory. Yeah. Absolutely. That's absolutely how I can see Sam's character. Yeah. What's your name? Is it worth looting? Yeah. And their unwilling babysitter? Yes. I think Taliesin and Sam could be very unwilling babysitter sort of deal. Frank Tells, Jester, Jebediah Waters, Bert Aloysius, Tagan, Emmy Vor something of I don't know and Shifting Scales. Yeah, exactly. What are the ships? Bro, I could see a delightful gay romance between these two. In a very I don't know if Sam's character will actually be a kid. He might just have the innocence of one, very like bookworm-esque. And potentially Tagwin like had all of his trauma when he was real young. So it's possible that when they met and Tagwin spared Aloysius or whatever, it's possible that they were like 15 and 13 at the time, or maybe even older, maybe 17 and 15. And now at the time of at the time of C2, they're like 23 and 21 or something like that, and they've been traveling together for a little bit. And I could see a lovely gay romance sprouting from that. Aang and Zuko vibes. Yeah, sure. Sure. I could also see the I could see the hardened noir, like the hardened noir detective and the chaotic either wild magic sorcerer and or trickster cleric that's always trying to get a rise out of him, always pushing his buttons, and really enjoys his sort of grump, his grumpy nature. I could see them having a ship, which I guess leaves what did I say for Keyleth? I already don't remember. Amy, right, the former noble. I could see them. I could see Travis's character. What did I say? Jebediah Waters. I could see Jebediah Waters instantly recognizing who Amy is. And it's a whole cute scene where he tells her, like 10 episodes, 12 episodes in, he maybe even it's like a slip of the tongue. He might even say something like in the heat of the moment, something akin to like, Your Highness. And there's like a dead stop. And she's like, what did you say? And he's like, nothing, Amy. And she's like, no. What the fuck did you just say? And he reveals that he knows who she is. And she gets very defensive, maybe puts him in a headlock, whatever, holds a knife to his throat. And she's like, who told you? Who are you working with? Who's after me? And he's like, no one. And she's like, I don't believe you, insight, whatever. And it's a cute moment. She says something to the akin of, no one's ever known who I was. Someone must have told you. Someone must be after me from my past. She says something to the akin of, no one's ever seen it. And he goes, I could have never mistaken you for anyone else. And she's like, and she goes, bullshit, like the something akin to like the burn is too extensive. And he lays down a line of like, what burn? You know, something like that. Or I barely noticed. Yeah, there's no mistaking you for anyone else, Your Highness. Some fucking line I could see, and her being like, oh. I could see there being a little bit of suave energy coming out of Jebediah. A very earnest, honest suaveness. A very genuine. I think in a party that will have a lot of deceit, even from him himself, I think that Sam's character and his character are going to be the most genuine, and it will be sort of weird for the rest of the party members, but in an endearing way. That's what I think. Vex could put Percy in the locket? That's so true. Oh my god. What if someone gets like mortally wounded? Someone's on like double death saves or something, and Vex puts them in the locket until medicine has advanced enough to save them? That could be wacky. That could be wacky. So one of the Vox characters gets somehow revived in the time of C2 and no time at all has passed for them. That could be kind of crazy. And they contend with all of their old party members being all old and gross and shit. That could be fun. That could be a real fun dynamic. The traveler out of time. Yeah. Really great bands at New Ravinia. Picnic on the grass. Yeah. Yeah, I think New Ravinia is going to be a sick place to live. Yeah. Tuma's not making it to next year. Yeah. What do you think the team name for C2 is? Like I said, I think it's going to be a stupid ass joke. I think it's going to be a stupid joke. I don't think it's going to have much to do with anything. Or maybe it'll have to do with something that, like, the starting arc or like the way that they all combine together. Something akin to like the Queen, like the Kingsman or like the Queensman or something around there. I think it's going to probably have to do with the opening arc, if I had to guess. But otherwise, I don't know. Yeah. Without power for unauthorized person on the tracks? Oh, no. That's not good. Oy, oy, oy. Who's going to be smooching? Starting level? I think starting level is going to be level 1. I think they're going to go at level 1. They might zoom through the starting levels quicker than they should. Possibly, like, have, like, double XP or something. But I think they're going to be level 1. Wouldn't it just be easier to... wouldn't it be easier to just make the time skip shorter? Maybe. I'm valuing a larger passage of time over the involvement of Vox Machina. I think that Vox Machina will exist in C2 as fun callbacks. I don't think that they're going to be like plot critical. Or at least Matt will design the campaign in a way to where they don't need... Well, I guess, yeah, that would be plot critical. That is basically definition of. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be plot critical to C2. I think they're going to be like a fun thing that might come up if they, encounter the right people. So I'm, in terms of actually like the campaign setup, I believe more that they will go towards some sort of time skip than more involvement from Vox. Do all adventuring parties need a name? No. Asterisk. You don't need a name. I will say I do think that a name helps. I think it helps a lot of things. I think it helps when taking notes. I think it helps when doing world building stuff. I think it helps for a sense of party cohesion and identity. I think it has a lot of value and very little. I think it has a lot of positives and very few negatives. So I think that it is something that is definitely not necessary, and definitely not necessary like at the very start. But it is something that I try to look out for and even like pitch to my players like, oh, what do you think about that as like a name that I can refer to you guys as in like world building notes. Even if they rarely refer to it themselves, Classic sunshine cinnamon roll and brooding tragic backstory. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Percy is Walt Disney. Absolutely. Got his head frozen. How many of the party does Kima kill? Kima kills no one. Kima's good. Ugh. As much as I hate to say it, I am so much more suspicious on so many other people at this point than Kima. Oh, man. But Since we're doing long-term predictions, sure, yeah. Is the end of C1 going to be uplifting or downer? Ooh. I think it's going to be hesitantly optimistic, is what I'll say. I think it's, hesitantly optimistic. I think that there is going to be maybe some sort of implication of like the cycle, like the cosmic cycle of violence, potentially, with like the universe was born from the violent, chaotic, primordial ooze, and our attempt at making things safer only prompted more violence and discord between the gods, which ultimately resulted in more wars, more violence. And I think that there might be some symbology of the never-ending repetition, the never-ending cycle of this violence. But I also think that there will be an optimistic, like, kind of tint to all of that of, yes, there is this cycle of violence and death and destruction and chaos, but there is also a cycle of hope and heroes and good people that stand up time after time, despite the secular nature of everything, despite the fact that we can never seem to escape the never-ending assault of death and destruction. There are still people that choose to stand up and rage against the darkness despite the futility of it all. And not only do those people exist now, not only are Vox those people, but they are just one group in a line. They are one manifestation of the hope and resiliency of mortals. And I can see this being a super, almost explicit sort of deathbed conversation with the villain, with the final villain. Let's say it's Vecna. Right, Vecna is a demigod, wanted to attain godhood, immortality, essentially rise above the cycle. And towards the end, as Vox Machina has clearly won, Vecna gives a long rant about the futility of their actions, that Vecna was not the first and will not be the last. And I could see a sort of killing blow of, well, that may be, but Vox Machina isn't the first, and we won't be the last. I think it's going to have that manner of tone. Of like, yeah, adventurers will need to come afterward, but we have faith that they will. And so the future is in good hands. I think that's going to be the sort of takeaway. So I guess it depends on whether, on your own internal morality as to how uplifting or depressing you think that is. Yeah. That's where I lean. Yeah. I guess it could also be up to interpretation, regardless of what actually happens. Exactly. I think in that situation that I just described, I think that is kind of open to interpretation on how hopeful you think it is, or how uplifting or depressing you think that is. Yeah. I think it'll be something like that. So you think the C2 party is also good? I guess, yeah. That is a broad assumption I've been making. I think they will broadly align with good. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Top 3 suspicious people? Like people that are like that seem good but might be bad. I think it's Allura. I think Drake Thunderbrand. And the current spiraling of the clasp. I think it's Vikar. Or maybe Vikar is the one that they killed. Whatever the current spiraling is, who doesn't like them very much, but according to people that have been in Iman, is like helping. Like Raishan said that she was working with the clasp and that Assume is working with the clasp. I buy it, but I don't buy the clasp's allegiances here. I think they are somewhat playing the long game, and that they would sabotage any true attempt at taking down Thordak. In fact, to somewhat support my idea, I will point to, I believe I wrote it down in Thordak's. I know I'm not showing it on screen, but yeah, it won't really matter. It's something that Raishan said about Thordak. It might be, no, okay, it's in Raishan's article. Let me see. That's her backstory. No, we don't need the backstory. We need her description. Aha, Assume center. What's their plan? Right here. Raishan says, what's their plan? Laura Vex says, what's their plan? To Raishan in regards to Assume and the clasp's plan. And Raishan responds, one that'll fail, of course. You see, they put their knowledge in what a red dragon is capable of. They believe that by quelling the flames or stoking some nature of the crystal in the belly's magic, there would be a way to stop him. And there is a path to be taken there, but their knowledge is faulty. They don't understand the nature of the enchantment, and should they attack, they will burn in the flames of their own righteousness. I think that the clasp has that knowledge, but Assume doesn't. And I think that the clasp is actively sabotaging Assume and the party's information network from learning that additional information. And they are setting themselves up in a position to where they are going to be along for whatever the plan is. Like, and it sounds like any plan that they are taking against Thordak, the clasp is going to be involved in. So even in a, I'm sure from the clasp's perspective, worst case scenario where they somehow find out the information that Raishan says they don't have, the clasp will still be embedded deeply enough to within the plan to learn about the fact that they have the knowledge beforehand and probably feed that to Thordak, and to sabotage the plan either ahead of time or in the moment to where it fails. I think that they are setting themselves up as an ally, but they are really they're a double agent as a broad faction. So top three: Allura, Drake, Mr. I'm a Dragon, Drake Thunderbrand, and the current spiraling. Those are my suspicions. Those groups should get out of line. It's very tempting for lightning attacks. Yeah. Not IOUN. Gods aren't people. I wouldn't even say I'm necessarily suspicious of IOUN in that way. I think that IOUN is getting misinterpreted by the general public. So I wouldn't even say I'm suspicious of IOUN, but I think that the divine wars it seems to be portrayed to have two locked solid sides of good and evil, and I don't think that IOUN actually falls into either of those categories, despite my clickbait stream title. Yeah. IOUN is evil. What did I miss? I talked about it at the beginning. No, I think IOUN is just not good. I think IOUN is not good. Is not good. That's it. She's negation on the good. But that's not as good of a stream title. Burn in the flames of their own righteousness is a sweet line. It is. It's sick. Oh man. Anyways, that's where I'm gonna leave it. I honestly went a bit over my time, but I was having fun. And I think we were all having fun a little bit. I didn't see the viewership was staying pretty high. So I think sometimes I do check that sort of thing of like if I'm having a big long convo at the end, I'm like, okay, are a lot of people leaving or a lot of people interested? And things were staying pretty high. So I thought you guys were probably interested. So yeah, I was having a good time. I'm excited to see how next episode progresses. Like if we have another quasi downtime or another, sort of slow ep, or if we start building some momentum into the Thornak fight. We'll have to see. But yeah. Anyways, that's it. Thanks again, and I will see you all later. Goodbye.